All right, hello everyone. Thanks for coming. My name is Jeff Slay. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I'm the opening act, so please don't boo me off the stage. I know you've paid to see Aajonus, but he asked me to give him a little testimonial before I introduce him. So in October of 2000, this is how I got to know Aajonus. In October of 2000, my health kind of fell apart, and I was chronically fatigued, losing weight uncontrollably, and I was eating everything I could get my hands on, and couldn't stop the weight loss, and the exhaustion was intense. I couldn't make it up a flight of steps without keeling over. So I guess like everybody at that point, you no longer have the health to continue working. So I started exploring health and ways to get me better. My doctor and the hospitals really didn't have much to offer because all of my tests, and I took every test under the sun, more or less came back, fine. And so it was a mysterious chronic fatigue weight loss syndrome. So over the next 3 years, I probably tried every alternative diet, supplement, clinic, you name it, I tried it. Of course, didn't even understand the concept of raw foods and enzymes and all that and how crucial those are to the body. So after 3 years of continued fatigue and weight loss, I was down to 78 pounds. And so finally, someone told me about Aajonus, said, this is really powerful stuff. You ought to give him a call. So I did. I contacted him. And after 3 years of weight loss, as soon as I started the diet, I immediately felt something in those foods that was making it happen for me. So I started just gaining 10, 12 pounds a month till I got my normal weight back. I'd put on about 70 pounds in my first 6 months. And it was athletic weight. This was not, lazy weight. This was, I felt excellent, So I've been on the diet a little over 3 years. And, I absolutely feel better now than I did prior to even becoming ill. So it's been a real blessing for me, and I'm very lucky to have gone through what I've gone through to learn what I know now. So I look forward to the rest of my life doing it right. So anyway, without further babble, I will bring on Aajonus.
Okay, what I want you to understand with this particular workshop is your work is to pay attention. Usually a workshop is when you're interacting, but when you're going 6 hours of information, you're going to have to work to pay attention. Okay, so that's your job in the workshop, is to try to stay with me. Now what I'm going to do is try to familiarize you with the human body in very simple terms so you're not afraid of it, so you know what's going on in your system. Now, if you look at your papers, you'll see on the third page, you'll see the bloodstream. And that's the picture to your left. Now, the other picture adjacent to that is a cell, whether it's a blood cell or a liver cell, no matter what kind of cell it is, they have that basic structure. They have an organ. They're called organelles. These are the organs and glands within a cell. So it's like a micro us, only a different shape. Some of us are nice and round like that, and those who are, they're healthier. We should all be round and healthy, and you'll understand that as I get into this. So you see how nice and soft and squishy all the different blood cells are there. You can see how radiant they are, how alive they are. The red blood cells, their main job, and their only job if you're healthy, is to transport oxygen and to relieve carbon dioxide out of the body. That's the pure job of the red blood cells. Of course, because we're so toxic, our blood gets involved in doing many different things, distributing nutrients, moving toxins, everything that they're not supposed to do. But if you're healthy, that's all the blood does. Takes care of your energy level. So imagine if the blood didn't have to do anything else but transport oxygen to give you energy and vitality to be able to use fats as fuel. And you only had to remove the carbon dioxide, the waste product, from utilizing fat as fuel, or carbohydrates as fuel, or anything as fuel. Then you would have so much energy, it would be exceptional. Everybody would be vitally healthy, happy, and everybody could be an athlete. So why isn't everybody an athlete? Because of all the toxicity, and we're going to go heavily into that. From the bloodstream, there we have the neurological system. The neurological system, its job is to transmit electricity and light for messages. Very simple. Electricity and light, it's a conductor. But what does that mean? What transports light and electricity? Metallic minerals. So that means any free radicals that get into your body from air pollution, from cooking your foods, whatever, goes to your brain and nervous system. 80% of the heavy metals go to your brain and nervous system. So you wonder why people are crazy. That's why. The brain does not function properly. When it's sending out too many signals, it's erratically sending out messages when it's not supposed to because of all the heavy metals. Then we have the lymphatic system, the third circulatory system. The lymphatic system's job is to feed every cell in the body and to remove all the byproducts and waste, except for the carbon dioxide. The lymph system feeds every cell in the body and removes all the waste. It has to take the poisons, it has to neutralize them, it has to dissolve them, neutralize them again, and send them out of the body. And that neutralization process is quite complex with nutrients. It takes a lot of phosphorus, potassium, magnesium, and calcium to turn those acrid substances into neutral pH balances to send them out of the body safely. So you lose a tremendous amount of calcium, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium on every toxin that is in the body. If the toxin is a mercury, which is the most deadly neurotoxin that the human body can ingest or consume or breathe, takes anywhere from 200 to 2,000 fat cells or white blood cells to surround one molecule of mercury, or a combination of calcium, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium to bind and control that one molecule of mercury so it doesn't do harm. You've seen zits that come out. If you've had that analyzed, you'll see there may be a couple of thousand molecules of a toxin, yet you'll have a couple million white blood cells or fatty cells involved in that pus. Just to control 1,000, you've got millions. So understand how complex the system is when it's poisoned, and how hard the body works to eliminate those poisons, and what it has to spend in nutrients to do it. So if you realize that, you'll know how many nutrients you have to get in your system. And you'll find out what has nutrients and what doesn't throughout this workshop. So the lymph system is responsible for feeding every cell and eliminating toxins. Where does it eliminate them? It will dump them out the mucous membranes. That means the mucous membranes in your nose, in your throat, your esophagus, your intestines, your vaginal cavity, your rectal cavity, your urine, any of that tract it will dump. Most of it goes out the skin in perspiration, out the pores. Remember that. The skin is a larger bowel than your own bowel. You secrete more poisons out the skin than you do your bowel, because your bowel is not meant to be a discarder, nor is your skin. We're not meant to be poison people. So, from the blood, the neurological system, and the lymph system, those you have to understand will change more readily and quickly than others, because they have a direct link into the digestive tract where nutrients can get to them immediately. So the blood, you can regenerate it in 60 days, every cell in it. 60 to 80 days, depending upon the particular person's system. The neurological system will take a little bit longer, about 6 months, to regenerate all the fluid. We're not talking about changing the brain and nervous system cells. We're talking about the fluid system within it. It takes about 6 months to redo it. In the lymphatic system, it takes about 2 years to replace all of it because we've congested it so terribly. Okay, so those you need to focus on. Now, what are they connected to? What keeps the body moving? We have glands and we have organs. So let's take the digestive tract. We take food into the mouth. Now, there's a lot of vegetarians that scream, we have vegetarian teeth. We have herbivore teeth. You take a look in a horse's mouth or a cow's mouth and you compare it with yours and you tell me you have an herbivore's dental structure, and I'll be amazed. Because we have all cutting teeth. They have molars all the way around. All they have is molars. Big, large, fat teeth for grinding. All of ours are cutting all the way back to the canines and even back, and then all of a sudden we hit the molars. So we have about 3 molars. If you have your wisdom teeth, you might have an extra. So on each side, on all sides. And that can grind and crush meat, not for vegetarian appetite or diet. Also, we have the ptyalin enzyme. The only other animal that has the ptyalin enzyme in the mouth is a horse. That's why the horse likes sweets so much. Ptyalin helps break down sugars, sweets. Remember that. Ptyalin breaks down sugars, carbohydrates in the system. As the food goes down, it goes down into the stomach, where it receives a massive amount of hydrochloric acid. Now, dogs and cats, the felines and canine families, have 15 times more hydrochloric than we do in the stomach. And a lot of vegetarians say, oh, we're not meant to eat meat. Dogs and cats digest meat 10 hours. Our digestive tract is a 24-hour digestive tract. Unless you're eating something your body doesn't necessarily like and you have the runs quickly. But normally it's a 24-hour digestive tract. In that 24 hours, as 16 to 18 of it's in the small intestine. And guess what we secrete in the small intestine along with other bacteria? Hydrochloric acid. So we produce just as much hydrochloric acid as a feline and canine, and we don't do it in concentration in the stomach. We do it in the stomach and throughout the small intestines. Now we have Campylobacter, we have Salmonella, we have a variety of intestinal bacteria that helps digest food. Acidophilus, Caucausicus, Bulgarius, all of those digest different parts of the food, whether it's protein, fat, or carbohydrates. And they pre-digest the food nicely. And if you're lucky and you have trichinosis, you digest even faster. He said trichinosis? How many people are afraid of trichinosis? How many people have been taught to be afraid of trichinosis? Yes, yeah. Don't eat pork, you'll get trichinosis. But we'll go into that later. Don't be afraid of trichinosis. It's a good thing. You can buy it and get a vial of it and drink it. And I'll explain that later. Okay. So, as it goes down into the digestive tract, the stomach secretes the hydrochloric acid, breaks down a lot of the proteins. You start moving into the duodenum. Duodenum is where the bile meets the food to start digesting the fats. So the first is protein, then the duodenum, the second part of the stomach. We only have one stomach, it just has 2 compartments. Dumps into the duodenum. The bile from the gallbladder dumps into the duodenum to start digesting the fats. Everybody know that the gallbladder does not make the bile? Liver makes bile.
The liver is responsible for mainly fat digestion.
And that's almost its sole job. Of course, it becomes like a filter in a toxic system. It does a lot of things that it shouldn't do, shouldn't have to do. So the liver makes the bile, the gallbladder holds the bile. Now we have a bile, a gallbladder that holds quite a bit of bile that can digest about 4 or 5 pounds of fat at a time. Whoever eats 4 or 5 pounds of fat at a time? When you were cave people, yes. You'd get a slab of, you'd kill an animal and you'd eat sometimes 10, 15 pounds in a day or two of fat. So you had to have the gallbladder to have a backup reserve of bile to be able to digest that much fat, or you'd be vomiting and have diarrhea galore because you couldn't digest it. So you needed that concentration of it. For our system and our society, we eat little amounts of fat here and there all day, unless you're a big ice cream eater, and then take down a quart at a time, or a gallon at a time, gallon a day. Then your gallbladder will become an handy. And I've done that, and I like it. So then it moves from the duodenum into the small intestine. And that's when the bile continues to work, all the bacteria, all the added hydrochloric acid is continually secreted. The intestines have lots of villi. It's just like going into an ocean and you see all these little creatures just moving around as the water flows over it, and all these little particles being absorbed and eaten. It's the same way our small intestine works. Exactly. As particles move past, as food moves past, they move. These particles move. These villi move, and they secrete more digestive juices to help break it down, so the villi down the road can even digest more, break it down and absorb more of it, because the particles get smaller and smaller. And then when it moves into the bowel, the most important bacteria for the human being, for its brain and nervous system, is E. coli. The most absurd and ridiculous stuff that we hear about E. coli out there, it is insane.
E. coli predigests food matter and breaks it down into the smallest proteins and fats to feed the brain and nervous system.
That's why people who get lots of colonics and who are vegetarians don't have a good balanced nervous system, because they are never feeding their brains and nervous system enough protein. It's the final stage of indigestion in the bowel. So it's very important to have lots of E. coli. And if you flush it out with, colonics and enemas, you're destroying it. You're damaging your brain and nervous system. And if you got, if you're a hypertense, depressed, any kind of psychological problems, you are feeding it by doing that to your colon, especially if you do caffeine enemas, coffee enemas. You're irritating your nervous system directly, because your nervous system gets fed from the bowels directly. Now, as we get down into the bottom of the sigmoid colon, the body's getting ready to absorb all that it can of any fluid matter stuff that's still slightly milky in solution, and then you pass the rest out. Now, in healthy animals, there are no waste products that are harmful. It's just partially digested matter that insects and plants and earth can eat. So it's a good recycling process. They need that to keep the ground organisms healthy and strong. So we help them, they help us grow things. Animals eat them, we eat the animals. It's a good process. When we become toxic, eating toxic substances, inhaling them or breathing them, those poisons get into the bowels and the urinary tract. What about the urinary tract? What is that all about? Why are we constantly losing fluid? Well, normally you don't. Look at the Aborigines. They don't drink any water. They live in a 140-degree desert and they don't drink water. Anybody see the rabbit-proof fence? There's 3 little girls that run away from that orphanage, and they're not even orphans. and the British have subdued them because they're half-breeds, they're half Aborigines, half English. So they don't think that their Aborigine parents belong to them. They belong as wards of the king, the queen. So they put these little girls in an orphanage. 3 little girls run away. They travel 2,300 miles on foot without ever drinking water. What do? Break a plant off, let the vegetable juice drip into their mouths. They'll take a root out of the ground, grate it, wring it, and drink. Can you imagine going about 300 miles on 4 ounces of vegetable juice? That's the way we were made to live. How many of you can do it? Not easily. That's how far from health we've evolved, if you call that evolution. So, the urinary tract is a place to dump fluids quickly if you need to thicken your blood to keep warm. Goes from day, let's say like in the Aborigines. Daytime can be 140 degrees. Nighttime can be 70, 60 degrees. That's quite a temperature change. So they need to release some of the fluids. Since they don't eat a lot, their urine is very little. For us, the way we drink fluids, coffee, soda pops, the whole works, constantly dumping fluids. Constantly. And what does that constant wash do? It cleans a lot of our nutrients out with it. Now, a lot of people say, well, the urine is very filthy, it's dirty. Well, the urine is nothing other than the blood without the red blood cells and with a little ammonia put into it from the kidney. That's why a lot of vegetarians drink their urine. It's a very antiseptic, important, healthy nutrient system. And did you know that your astronauts, that's what they drink when they're up there? Goes through a filter and they drink their urine. That's what they're drinking, their urine. So if the astronauts can do it, you can do it, right? But think about it. There's a lot of people who do drink their urine. And they do it in Ayurvedic, like lots of people in India do it, because they don't eat protein. They're vegetarians. So they're not getting enough protein, so they recycle their protein in their urine. There are tribes that eat fecal matter because they don't have enough protein. They go behind a water buffalo. The first time I saw it was in about 1971 in a National Geographic film. Starts off, you see this woman, black hair, blue eyes, very diminutive little person, probably about 40 years old. She looks like she was about 28, 25, somewhere around there. And you can't see what she's eating at this point because her hand is like this. You just see her smiling and happy like this, and they pull back, and you see this big water buffalo tail swishing in behind her head. And you pull out, and she's got this big old buffalo patty she's eating from. Big old buffalo patty. I thought, oh my God, that was in my vegetarian days, and I thought of eating a lot of things, but never eating shit, so. But here she was eating it, and she was vitally healthy. And I didn't understand that until I learned a lot more, because here's this pre-digested matter. It's 50 to 75% digested from these herbivores. So, of course, it takes us just a little bit to digest and get all the protein and the fats out of it, because vegetation in our system doesn't work. Our system is too fast. An herbivore has a digestive tract 2.5 times longer than ours. 2.5 times longer than ours. It's 30 times the length of their torso. Ours is only 12 times the length of our torso. They have 2 to 4 stomachs. We have 1, 2 compartments. They have 60,000 times the enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule to get the fats and the proteins from it. So when we eat whole vegetables, leaves, stalks, and roots, leaves, stalks, and roots, those are vegetables, not a fruit of a plant. A zucchini, a cucumber, a tomato, those are fruits. They're not vegetables, okay? Leaves, stalks, and roots are plants. That's vegetation. When we eat those, they go into our system. They're only digested by 1/3. And that 1/3 of that is we digest all the fluid from it, most of the fluid from it, which contains vitamins, enzymes, and minerals. That means all of the protein and the fats, most of it, that is in the cellulose, undigested in our systems. Just begins to be digested as we dump. Another problem with vegetation, if you're a raw fooder, is that it over-alkalinizes the intestinal tract. And remember, we have lots of bacteria in our intestines and hydrochloric acid that are all acidic. So if you put that alkaline fluid in there, guess what you're doing? You're neutralizing your ability to digest your animal foods. Milk, cream, cheese, butter, no matter what it is, meats, you're neutralizing your ability to digest them. So vegetation isn't good for us to eat whole. Pretty bizarre, isn't it? But if you're a cooked food eater, absolutely. If you eat cooked meat, it'll putrefy, it'll sit in your intestines and not move. So you have to eat raw, whole vegetables with a cooked meat meal to make sure it goes through, that you have some enzymes and vitamins in there, and it helps balance the over-acidity from cooking meat. So the average American diet, if you eliminate, the popcorn and the potato chips and all the other really bad garbage, especially the fried, foods like breaded chicken legs and stuff like that. If you eliminate that, you can always kind of rebalance the system. There are tribes in New Guinea, that whole area in southern Asia, where they eat that way. They eat only cooked meats. They only have a few diseases. They have gout, they have arthritis and rheumatism, they have some spinal problems like scoliosis, and they have some osteoporosis. But that's about it. They have about 5 diseases, besides CJD that they get from doing some funny things, eating people. Then they get, then it gets a little crazy. And it can deteriorate their nervous systems. But they have only 5 diseases. And they eat only cooked meats. So, and with their vegetables, they do eat leaves, stalks, and roots to help things move things through. So you can get diseases by eating that way, but they're not as complex and as bad as ours are. But if you're on a raw food diet, eating whole vegetables is the wrong thing to do, because you won't digest your dairy and you won't digest your meats and you won't digest your eggs as well as they should be, because you're alkalinizing and causing them to be neutralized. They won't be effective. So remember, if you're eating cooked foods like cooked meats, cooked dairy, whole vegetables, okay. Not great, but okay. But on a totally raw diet, you do not want to eat whole vegetables. Okay? The carbohydrates in the human system are a problem, according to Columbia University. They found that the human produces advanced glycation end products, AGE, and they do AGEs. What they do is they collect at a rate of 70 to 90%. If you're an unhealthy person, such as a person with diabetes or a kidney problem, those advanced glycation end products store in your body for the lifetime, 90%. For the average healthy person, 70%. 70% of a waste product stores in our body for a lifetime? Aren't we eating the wrong thing if we're eating high carbohydrate diets then? Absolutely. Absolutely. So all these sports people are out there pumping up on the carbs. What happens to them? What do you see happen to them? Mid-30s, they dry out. They lose their ability to be athletes, most of them. By the time they're 40, they're shot. And you can see them just drying out. Now, King is the only one, Mary Jo King was her name, is the only one that does. She got fat in her later years and put that fat back on her body. But before she got that way, she was drying out just like McEnroe and the rest of them did. Because they're living on carbohydrates that don't have any fat in them and not enough protein. They're just drying inside and out. And if you're drying on the outside, you can better believe you're more dry on the inside. Because the body is always throwing its toxic fats off through the skin, so that at least, even though they're toxic fats, they're lubricating the skin to quite an extent. So you can imagine how dry the inner body is. So, carbohydrates is not part of our system anatomically, biologically, or biochemically. It doesn't fit. We store too many advanced glycation end products. And those are just from raw foods. Raw foods create advanced glycation end products. Every time we utilize a carbohydrate, it produces advanced glycation end products. When you cook, you're adding more advanced glycation end products, plus you're adding acrylamides and a lot of other toxic sugar substances, and they store at the same rate. Sounds like the wrong food, doesn't it? Well, you say, well, what about the primates? What about our ancestors? You know, the monkeys, the gorillas. Look at the gorillas. They'll kill an antelope and eat 28 pounds in 2 or 3 days. They only do it once every 28 days. It's like their period, you know. You kill an animal and they eat all of this meat at one time. And they don't eat ripe fruit. The gorillas only eat green banana. Have you ever tried to eat a green banana with its peel? It's like alum-eat. And it's like, how do you get enzymes enough in your mouth to make this go down? It's so dry. But they do. That is their system. John Goodell, when I was so sick and unable to move very much, I became a film editor. And I edited a low-budget production that was pretty good. So it took me about 2 years to edit it because we lost money and didn't lose money. And then the guy that was in the editing room next to me was John Goodell. He got the Academy Award for a film called, I think it was 1971, called The Beginning. He went around filming animals giving birth and through pregnancy. So he lived with a gorilla for 30 days in a cage until she had her baby. And it went just like this. She was kneeling out in front of the cage. She goes, walks over to the corner, gets off into the corner, has one more contraction, the baby's out. 2 contractions. Wouldn't that be nice? The women who are on this diet and have children, 2 contractions. Sherry Giacchetto just had 2 contractions. You know, she had one, first time it happened, you know, she says, okay, I think it's going to come. And her husband says, the head's already crowned. And then one more contraction, it was out. 2 in a row like that. Pretty amazing. She's the only one that allows me to give out her name, but there are others. So that's the way we should be, that healthy. We should be able to enjoy everything that happens in the human body if we're healthy. So he also showed me some film that he wasn't part of his film, and he was a good friend and cousin, or he was the uncle or something of Jane Goodall. And he was out there with the gorillas before she was, and they followed these silverbacks for months. And they noticed they were all eating these green bananas, and they couldn't do it. So they took a bunch of these bananas, put them in the back of the Jeep, and carried them and followed these gorillas until they all turned yellow. Put them out there for the gorillas. So the gorillas came up, curious. It's like they'd never seen them before. You know, and I'm sure they're hanging there all the time. Some of them get yellow and they don't eat them. But they were just curious that all these were yellow, and here they were presented before them. So they were going out there and ripping them off, you know, going like this. They would squeeze out all over, you know. And they were just playing with them like this. It took them probably about 45 minutes, and they started peeling and eating them. Guess what happened? They went crazy. All of a sudden, they got sugar high, and they couldn't stop eating them. And they started fighting over them. So the biggest gorillas, they killed one of the adolescents and broke the arm and leg of another. They just went crazy. These silverbacks are huge, strong animals. So it's like 10 men in one gorilla. You know, so they couldn't go in there and remove the bananas. They had to wait a whole week for all those bananas to go away before that tribe could calm down, and it took them about 10 days to calm down. So, you know what happens to children when they have sugar? They go nuts. So do some adults. Too many. Right? So, you've got to watch what you do with sugar. Even if it's good raw fruit. What else does it do besides make your nervous system go crazy? Why does it do that? You have to understand that in the citric acid cycle, citric acid is used along with pyruvate, which is made from protein, to utilize fat as energy. No matter if the fat is made from carbohydrates into an acetone as a fat to utilize as fuel, or it's straight fat from an animal fat or a plant fat. It takes citric acid, only 5%. 15% pyruvate acid, along with that, which is protein. Pyruvate. The rest, 80% fat, gives you the greatest amount of energy, just like the gorillas. Can you imagine having 10 times your strength? And that's what we all should have. But every time you got an injection in the arm, it weakened your arm by 5%. Your shoulders and your arms. Every time you got a vaccine, it had reduced it by 5%. It would take 3 years to catch up, and you could only catch up by 2%. So you're always 3% behind from every vaccine. Then you wonder why you don't have the strength of a monkey or a gorilla. Now you take a look at the chimpanzees and the killer monkeys. What happens when they eat sugars? High fruits, even though they're raw. They get crazy too. The killer monkeys will eat high carbohydrate fermented. They wait till it is advanced ripeness, till it's already developing alcohol before it gets into the body. So they're eating a tremendous amount of alcohol with all this sugar. And they do that for 24 hours before they go on a killing spree. And the killing spree can last from 24 to 48 hours. And they'll kill other monkeys, they'll kill anything in their sight. All from the sugar. Bats do the same thing. The sugar bats do the same thing. They get a high concentration of over-fermented fruit, and they just go crazy. They don't kill each other, but they just go crazy, buzzing around like a mad bee that's fed syrup instead of honey. So, proteins. What do proteins do? What do we do with proteins? Proteins, with protein, we make enzymes. Enzymes disassemble food substances. Anything that we take into our body, enzymes disassemble it, fractionate it, so that we can reassemble the molecules into a system that's appropriate for us. Plus, it's the building structure for everything in our bodies. You can't build tissue without protein. Now, we know we can't get protein from vegetation. There's not much protein and fats in grains. We can't digest nuts. It takes an herbivore to digest nuts. Nuts and legumes. We can get the starch from nuts, just a little bit of protein, and a little bit of the fats. Unless you cook it, of course. Then you absorb a lot more, but then with lots of toxins along with it. So, protein from meat sources or animal sources is the primary digestible protein. Very easy for us to digest. If you don't believe that, try eating some raw meat. Find that all those problems you have with the cooked meat just disappear. Unless you're eating too much of one kind of meat that's not right for your system. Too much red or too much white, not enough of either or the other, wrong combination. And we'll get into that later. So, what do we have next? We have the most important nutrient in our toxic society, fat. And what does fat do? Fat gives us the most powerful amount of energy that we can have. It lubricates our system, it protects it, and it makes solvents to clean the body. 3 important processes, very important processes in a toxic world. What happens in a thin person if they don't have fats to arrest the poisons? It goes into their cells and damages them terribly. So, everybody should get fat in our society, especially if you haven't been on a raw food diet long enough. I'm just going to take a moment and get her something. It's honey and coconut cream. Just take your finger in it. There you go. You take more than that. It'll soothe your throat. Get more. And just leave it in your mouth. Just leave it in your mouth and it'll drip down to your mouth, okay? There you go. It'll soothe your throat, okay? You're welcome. Okay, so fats. You notice that in all the research there is out there, where do they find the largest concentrations of fat? The largest concentrations of poisons in the body, toxins. In the fat. The fat does not get harmed by these toxins. It buffers it, absorbs it. If they're live white cells, blood cells, which are mainly made of fat, yeah, they can be damaged. But when it's pure fat, there's no damage. If you don't have the fat, the body goes in and pulls it out of wherever the fat, they can find the fat, and that's mainly in the nervous system. The brain and nervous system are 60 to 80% fat. The tissue of it, the myelin. The whole brain itself, 60 to 80% fat. Yes, if somebody calls you a fathead, you say, thank you. Because I'm protected. The brain's protected. If you don't have a fat head, you're in trouble. Because those poisons are going to damage the neurons. And you're going to lose more and more brain cells. Of course, we have the biggest brain of all species, right? But we're the dumbest. We're the only ones that pollute and kill each other like for oil and garbage, you know? Why? Because we don't have a healthy brain. We don't think properly because there's toxins there. There's industrial toxins. Take a look at the way humans used to be 100 years ago. Dedicated family people, very compassionate people considering everything and their hardships and not having the industrial society that we do. And they were always tight-knit. Of course, they feuded, between, races and stuff like that. But when it came to the family unit, They were much more grouped together, and you didn't have all the needs, constant needs, because you're not well. Nobody's satisfied today. Back then, it was easy to be satisfied. You had healthy food right off the earth, no pollution in it. Everybody was pretty happy. I remember when I was a kid, and in Alabama, my mother's side is from Alabama, and you talk about, prejudice. It was there all through the 40s and 50s, and they had the colored restrooms, and it was men and women went into the same one, and this was in parks and everywhere. They were separated, really segregation, and they couldn't even drink out of a white people's fountain. It was they would kill you if you were a black person and drank out of a white person's fountain. That's how bad it was. However, even under all of this terrible suppression, I never saw any race as happy as when I would go through the cornfields and all of that, watching them pick the corn and eat the raw corn, eat raw meat right out of the fields. They didn't have time to cook. They were basically still slaves, even though they were supposed to be emancipated. And they were happy. I mean, they would get out there with a fiddle and just dance on the porches and these shacks. Happy, happy. Why was it so easily for them to be happy? Because they were forced to be more raw eaters. They didn't have the convenience of cooking 3 times a day. Everybody was out in the fields or somewhere working. So they ate a tremendous amount of raw foods, including raw fat, lots of raw fat, and lots of raw meats. Now, I thought it was savage because that's the way I was told to think. It was savage and ugly, and I didn't see beyond that prejudice because that's the way I was raised. But now I see it. A lot of you are unhappy because you are not healthy enough to be happy. Your body's craving something all the time. How are you psychologically, emotionally ever going to be happy unless you can please the body? It is your married until death partner. There's no divorce unless you take a gun or some other means to kill yourself. But it's till death do you part. You better love your mate. And that is your first and ultimate mate. How's it going to be happy? Explore that. Wonder why so many people have so much and they're never satisfied. Why? There's something wrong there. And I watch these African American children and adults working so hard in the field, so many hours, and then they get home and they eat their one cooked meal a day, and they're dancing and singing for 2 or 3 hours before they go to sleep. Dancing and singing and rejoicing. You guys work 8, 10 hours a day. You come home and brood all day and watch TV. Why? It doesn't have to be that way. It shouldn't be that way. And I'm going to help you find a way out of it if you don't want to be in that state. Okay? So, fats are the most important nutrient to protect you. I'm going to give you an example. Once a year, I go to Asheville, North Carolina. And there is a group called Earth Haven. They're all old-time hippies, and I mean older than I am, and I'm 60. And these people, some of them are older. And they were long-term vegetarians. We're talking 35, 37 years, down to 22 years was the youngest. Vegetarian that long. All of them sick. One of them there went on the diet in the closet for a whole year. And this guy really had raccoon blackness all around here, gray skin, chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, couldn't digest a thing, allergic to everything. He couldn't even breathe with ease and comfort. So he went on the diet and in the closet the whole years go by, and what are you doing? What's changing about you? You know, why are you going through this? He wouldn't tell them because he knew that if he told them, everybody there was strict vegetarian, die-hard evangelistic vegetarian, so he didn't tell them. But finally, the results were so tremendous at the end of the year, he told them. 20% of them freaked out, 80% of them went on this diet. 80% of them. They started raising pigs, goats, cows, milk, chickens, everything. The whole place changed in like 3-5 months. Completely changed around. Became very happy. They asked me to come and lecture there. So my third year there, all of a sudden this guy comes in and he looks like he came right out of a motorcycle gang. I went, woo! I looked at him, I'm doing his consult, and I said, it doesn't make any sense. I said, your organs inside look pretty good. You almost look like you're only 30 years old. And he's about 55, 56. And I said, look, I can tell by your skin because the poisons come out of the skin, remember, like I told you? Most of them come out the skin. His skin was so damaged, it looked like he had done alcohol and drugs for about 25 to 30 years. So I said, I can see the damage that you did, yet iridologically, I could see that his glands and organs inside were relatively clean. And I said, it doesn't make any sense because you're only like maybe 30 pounds overweight, 25. And he said, 4 months ago, before I started on the diet, I was 300 pounds. Even with bad fat, it protects you. Even bad fat protects you. So people who are overweight and fat, be happy because your insides have been protected better than anybody else who's thin and pretty. You know, 100 years ago, if you were a skinny woman, you wouldn't even have been chosen to be a wife or a mother, because the chance of your dying in childbirth and making it through a winter were minimal. So it was the voluptuous woman. And you've heard the phrase fat and happy. You know, you've got some buffer there. You've got some ease. And that's the way I like people to be, especially if they're sick. Get fat. And I'm talking fat. You say, well, Aajonus, you're not very fat. Yes, I am. I'm 26% body fat. You know what 26% body fat on is a man? That's obese, according to our science. But I only look like I'm maybe 12, 15% body fat. Why? Because fat molecules, when they're raw, are small and tiny. When you cook fat molecule, it swells just like popcorn. Little grain, pop, big. 10 to 50 times its normal size when you cook fat. So I have all this fat on me, but it's distributed pretty well, and it's solid. Everywhere it's solid in my tissues because it's good, strong fat. It takes a long time to get those old fats out to get the system down. I've been, 30 years doing this, eating raw, 36 years eating raw. Eating raw meat only since 1976, September of 76, when I ate that rabbit. My introduction. Actually, the Eskimos gave me the introduction, but that was high meat, very high meat. And they called it high because it makes them high and happy. Why would it make them high and happy? Going back to protein. Why would rotten meat, spoiled rotten meat, make you high and happy? Remember I told you about the E. coli breaking down the protein into the finite molecules that could feed the brain and nervous system? Guess what those molds and bacteria do? They pre-digest it for you. You can absorb it in 20 minutes in your system. That's why I advocated in my book eating high meat for anybody who has psychological problems. And those psychological problems usually disappear 10 to 20 minutes after you eat them. And it may last for, 24 hours, it may last 6 hours, it may last for a week. Depends upon your system, how starved your nervous system and brain are. So back to the fat again. This guy was able to sustain all of his cocaine, all of his drug problems and alcohol because he had all of this fat on his body. Fat, fat, fat. I have 3 wardrobes. I go from a 30-inch waist to a 37. So I have a 31 and 32s that I wear, and then I have my 34s that I wear, and then I have my 36s that I wear that stretch to 37. 3 wardrobes, so I allow myself to go up and down. Now, in my book, in the Recipe for Living Without Disease, I suggest that you gain the weight. 6 months later, you take it off. 15, 20 pounds, more if you can handle it. But that's just something I do because so many people are afraid they're not going to lose the weight. When you're on a raw diet, that fat can go very quickly. Very quickly. So I like people to wait till their body takes them into a flu or a cold, which is a detoxification, to do that. Let the body take you there. It knows better than you know what to do. But I just said that in the recipe book. So those people who are paranoid that now they're fat, they're 20, 30 pounds, only 12 pounds overweight, and they're freaking out because now they're fat. They're not really fat, but they have more fat on them than they've ever had, and they freak out. And I just want them to know that they can lose it, and then after they do it a few times, they don't worry about it, and then they can keep the fat on longer. But I like people to keep fat on for 2.5 years. I would like people to be fat for 30 years. It takes 40 years, according to Pottinger's work and Howell's work, with animals that they got sick to get to optimal health. It took 5 generations. 5 generations of animals to get healthy again, to get to optimal. Well, for us, 5 generations of cells, 7 to 7.5 years per generation of cells. So that means 38 to 40 years if you're a 100%er. I've only been eating raw meat on a daily basis since December of '82. So I'm 14 years into it. 24 years into my 40 years. Jesus, I'm 60 years old. 2 months I'll be 60 years old. 60 years old. And I went to sleep. I got up at 10 o'clock last night. I haven't been asleep since 10 o'clock last night. I've been setting up this thing, doing this whole thing. I'm not even tired, not even a remote bit of tiredness. All this energy, all this ability. I can stay focused. I can do things like I was never able to do as a child. I'm getting healthier every day. And it's amazing. Most people are losing cells every day, and life gets difficult. And you've seen those people who try to get across the street, and you're yelling at them, come on, come on, come on. They can't help it. They've only got about 22% of their body cells alive. They're carrying the 100%, you know. Give them a break. They don't know any better, you know. Got to have some compassion, but you don't want to get in that state. And you will never have to if you listen to anything that I've said today. You will not have to. You can reverse all of that and go the other direction. I was supposed to be dead at 21. They told me my pancreas would never work again. 4 years ago in October, I was asked to go to Washington University Medical School in St. Louis. They did a whole workup on me. They said I had the best working pancreas they'd ever seen in their entire careers. And you're talking doctors that are in their 60s were doing these things, these tests. These guys had been around and seen a lot. They never saw a pancreas take a blood sugar, and that's the first sugar I had had since 1972, I think it was. So, but I did take the glucose tolerance test. So I was buzzed. But they never saw a pancreas take the sugar level all the way down to 54. Usually stops about 104. But my body got rid of that sugar and had all of that insulin to do it. Tons of insulin to be able to handle to take it down to 54. I was a juvenile diabetic. They said I would never have a working pancreas. Never have a working pancreas. You can change everything. Patient, tenacious. Can work for you. Okay? So, fats. Let's go on to what can we do about detoxifications. Why are we diseased? Civilization is the cause of about 80% of our diseases, 70-80% of our diseases. Remember I talked about the cooked food, people eating, raw meats. They had maybe 5 main diseases that infect most everybody in those tribes. Why do we have so many diseases that have never existed until in the last 80 years, 50 years? Why? Because of industrial pollution. What happened with the Black Plague? What was the Black Plague about? An infectious disease? What were they burning in their homes, in their fireplaces, cooking with? Coal. Coal. The British government, French governments, all of them, especially British government, made coal available. What does coal have in its tar burning? Mercury. Mercury. People were burning without proper insulation. They were burning coal in their homes. They were poisoning their whole bodies and nervous systems by just burning coal. You can do that by burning wood. The tars are very heavy. Vegetable oils are impossible for you to digest properly. So when we press them and eat them, you're in trouble. Why? Because an herbivore who normally eats vegetable oil has a body temperature 101 to 105 degrees. Ours is 98.6 and lower, except a few times when we go into fever. So what happens with vegetable oils in the human body? They crystallize and harden. When did heart disease and arteriosclerosis become a big thing? When margarine came out. Hydrogenated oils came out. They were blaming the hardening of the arteries and heart disease, what little there was, on fats, animal fats. But they were the culprits, selling the thing that was going to raise arteriosclerosis and heart disease to an enormous rate. Vegetable oils causes your hardening of the arteries and the hardening of the heart. It crystallizes in the human body if it remains in there over 3 years. Say you have a cell, a bone cell, a cartilage cell, a tendon cell that lives 7 years, anywhere from 5 to 7 years. And those cells are made of vegetable oils. And the arterial walls, 6 years to replace the arterial walls. 3 years of hardened crystallized fat in there. Your body can't break it down, can't dissolve it. So it just keeps building thicker walls. Plaque keeps building. Thicker and thicker. Not because of cooked animal fats. Those tribes that I mentioned, no heart disease, no arterial sclerosis. Not any. So it can't be animal fats. Not even if they're cooked, because they cook them. And they don't have that. It's not their problem. The Maasai, the Samburu, Fulani, the Eskimo, they eat raw foods. Almost 100% raw foods. The Fulani eats 90% raw dairy, 10% cooked meat. Once in a while they have some raw meat. That is the least healthy of the tribes, but they have no disease. They just don't get along as well as the Samburu, Maasai, and the Inuit, the Eskimo. Can you imagine going through your whole life without one cavity? pretty amazing. The first cavity among the Eskimos was found in 1886. And that was in an Inuit that had left his tribe and lived in the British colony eating their sugars and breads for 50 years. It took him 50 years of eating that garbage to get one cavity. The first case of cancer among the Eskimo, who became civilized, also living in the colonies, took 2 generations of living in the colonies. 1936, first cancer found in the Eskimos. Raw meat, raw fat, lots of it. And man, ever eat seal meat? I mean, you can, the fat on it's like this thick, and if you squeeze it out, it is 80% oil, fish oil. And I mean, you're eating that, and you're not used to it. You get a little indigestion there, you just go, you want to vomit. But I mean, the concentration of the seal meat is like, it's so black. It looks like cooked sirloin. And the fat is so juicy and tasty, even though it's very heavy. And you need a lot of bile to digest it. But it is so dense in nutrients that I have to eat with our foods, even though they may be grazed animals. I may eat 1 pound to 3 pounds a day to be satisfied. If I eat seal, I can eat 3/4 of a cup a day and not eat another meat meal. It's amazing, amazing, the concentration of food that those Eskimos get. And they stay fat. I mean, not huge fat, but they stay fat because, can you imagine, would any of you let your naked baby crawl around on an igloo floor on ice, naked, butt naked? Would any of you? You just freak out. Oh, that baby's going to get pneumonia to die. And these little babies are running around on the floor, butt naked, crawling on the floor, going like this, on their backs, on the ice. These are healthy babies. These are healthy children. Why aren't we that healthy? They eat raw food, raw meats, raw fat, blubber, lots of it. And they're healthy. They're not in a lot of pollution unless Bush and the gang get their way and pollute it even more than the Valdez did. But it's a pretty pristine area so far. So fats. There's nothing I can say more than fats. Praise the Lord for fats. Because they will protect you and they will get you out of disease quicker than anything else, especially if you have cancer. Cancer is nothing other than the body's inability to dissolve dead cells and eliminate them. Nothing other than the body's inability to break down and get rid of dead cells. So it mummifies them and puts them in little stations. Spreads it all over, and when it can't spread it all over anymore, it builds tumors. What has to eventually happen? Your body has to dissolve those, or you're going to start impeding functionality, especially if it's esophageal or lung or intestinal, and it starts blocking passages. How are you going to get the nutrients into your body that will dissolve those dead cells and get rid of them? And what happens when your body gets rid of them quickly and you don't have the fats? What is a cancer cell? A cancer cell is your best friend. It produces viruses like that. Massive amounts of them once it dies. It's just a basket of solvent. It'll help you dissolve all those dead cells, all those dead mummified tumor cells. 2 to 5 days if it's in the brain. It can do it that quickly. Now, the waste product that's left over, do you have enough fat to bind with those poisons? Or is it going to go and start dissolving the live cells as well? It's going to start melting all the surrounding tissue that's healthy. Unless you are fat, you are going to have complications. Does anybody know Samuel Epstein, Dr. Samuel Epstein? He's an octogenarian. He's considered one of the world's greatest experts on cancer. I was in a lecture that he gave one time, and he had everybody stand up, and he said, okay, women, look at each other. One of 3 of you is going to get cancer and die of miserable cancer. All the men, look at each other. One of every 2 of you is going to die the same way. One of every 2 men, one of every 3 women. Cancer. Get fat. Get prepared. So you get those toxins out of the body so they don't kill all those cells to cause cancer. Get them out of your body. Get protected with them, at least so you can bind with them so they don't do damage in your system, so they don't keep killing live cells and you accumulate dead cells. Because that's what happens. Fats, fats, fats. Fats, fats, fats. Get fat. This is the land of Hollywood. You know how many actresses and directors, and especially females, that I have say, oh, I can't get fat, I'll never have a relationship. I said, when's the last time you had a relationship? Yeah. If you're that skinny, you're not going to have a good equilibrium. Nobody's going to want to live with you. And it's true. And I mean, one woman was a producer at ABC Films, and she's 49 years old, and she says, I don't want to get fat. I'll never have a relationship. And I said, how many relationships have you had in your lifetime? Maybe 30? And I said, what was the longest lasting one? 3 months? I said, you're doing good. You're doing real good, aren't you? Why don't you get fat and see what happens? Took me 8 years to convince her. 8 years on the diet to convince her. And do you know what happened? A year after she was fat and groaning, and she was happier all the time unless she was thinking about her weight. She met a guy who was 15 years younger than her, was an ex-Chippendale model, loved her. I mean, she was funny, she was smart, she was brilliant. And when she was relaxed and when she was fat, she could be funny as could be. So this guy loved her to pieces, was doing her twice a day. And I mean, that relationship lasted, and then she got skinny again, and guess what happened? She wasn't relaxed and happy again, so the relationship broke up. She said, why did it break up? I said, get fat again, But they don't listen. I mean, just think about it. Smart, brilliant, funny, and happy at the same time. And when you're not, what are you? So think about that fat, thin relationship thing, men and women. Okay? Forget it. I mean, I've been huge. When I came back from the desert after gaining that almost, 50-some pounds, I had almost a 38-inch waist at that time. That was the biggest I'd ever been. I'd been big when I was little, but I was a littler guy. But obviously when I was that way, I didn't care, because I didn't know. So it worked for me. God, if I hadn't been fat with all the stuff that I had gotten from the doctors all those years, I'd been dead back then. So we're going to go take a break in a few minutes, and then we're going to talk about everybody's favorite subject: parasites, bacteria, fungus, all those good things. So you better eat before I talk about this subject.
Concluding on bodily functions, the endocrine glands are for emergencies, not for normal use. You get your energy from fats, proteins, carbohydrates. But in emergency situations, you will have endocrine gland activity.
Hormones that they make and dump directly into the bloodstream, then the bloodstream delivers them. That's why with adrenaline you can pump a lot of action or a lot of emotion, anger or joy or delight, manic depression, whatever you want. You get to experience it if you've got those hormones pumping, depending upon the condition of your body. So those glands are there to deliver hormones for different physical activity. Adrenal glands is usually muscular. Thymus, thyroid is usually to keep the heart and the lungs going. Your heart and your lungs go all the time, whether you're sleeping or not. Pituitary is involved in keeping the nervous system going all the time, sleeping or otherwise. Pineal gland, don't quite, everybody says it's the seat of consciousness, but I don't know anybody conscious enough to tell me if that's true or not. So, and I'm not conscious enough to know yet. So maybe someday I will. The spleen, I didn't talk about the spleen. The spleen, just like the gallbladder, it's a reserve of blood. The spleen does not manufacture blood. Blood is procreated in your bone marrow. Cellular division of red and white blood cells and growth of them happen till maturity in the bone marrow. Once they're matured, then they're delivered into the bloodstream, red and white blood cells. The spleen is a reserve of red blood cells. Let's say you have an accident. You were swinging from tree to tree, and one limb cut your throat, and you had a terrible bleed. You have about a pint of blood in reserve there so that you don't get weak and tired and get anemia from one bleed. Or another thing that can happen is you get very cold. So the kidneys start removing the excess H2O to thicken the blood, and the spleen dumps a lot of red blood cells into the bloodstream to thicken it, to stay warm. It can also remove red blood cells if you get too hot, to cool the body. And then the kidney will stop filtering out the H2O and allow more water to stay in the body to thin the blood so that it can stay cooler. So all these things are very simple. But when you get toxic, then they start doing things that they don't normally have to do. They have to work a lot harder and do jobs that they weren't designed to do. When you clean the body, and cleansing is a big problem, detoxification, get poisons in the body, does damage. How do you remove the waste? Talked about the lymphatic system. But the lymphatic system doesn't do it just by magic. It has bacteria, it has virus, it has fungus. There are all types of microbes that join in helping do that. It's like the intestines are the environment for the digestion, but all the bacteria, all the villi, all the secretions, all of that works to digest the food. Parasites are to help you digest food. They're not to eat you up. They're not to kill you. They help every animal's digestive system. And that can be proved if you go to Joel Weinstock, Dr. Joel Weinstock, who is a gastroenterologist at Iowa University. Over 20 years ago, he started noticing, he came from a farm background, and he noticed that the pigs at the agricultural department in his college were very sick. They were too clean, he surmised, because they had no trichinosis. They didn't have anything that was natural to the pigs that were out wallowing in the mud with all their bacteria and parasites. And all those animals were happy. So he took some of the trichinosis from these farm animals and introduced it into the intestines of these overly clean pigs. And they got happy and healthy again. So he got a permit from the FDA to try it with 6 people, 6 humans. And those humans had to have been under medical treatment for at least 10 years, up to 32 years. He chose 6 people that had suffered with inflammatory bowel syndrome from 10 to 32 years. If anybody knows inflammatory bowel syndrome, it's almost everything you eat and drink causes an allergy. It'll cause vomit, diarrhea, or severe nausea. Headaches, a lot. Intestinal cramping, a lot. Almost all the time. Anything you eat or drink, even water. So the FDA says that you have to be treated by the medical profession for 10 years before you're allowed to do anything else. Now that isn't a bunch of horse, I don't know. You know. Oh, well, you have to suffer with our system, even if it doesn't work for 10 years, you know, then you can go do something else. Not good. But he gave 6 people trichinosis. And we're told trichinosis, worst thing you could have. Kill you. Destroy your intestines, kill you. 5 of the 6 people in 1 week were completely symptom-free. People who suffered for up to 32 years were symptom-free in 6 days. One person didn't respond. He didn't have any side effects, no problem with the trichinosis, but all the other 5 got well. And guess what? They were back 6 months later asking for more because they started getting symptoms again because they kept to their old way of eating. They didn't adjust it. They just kept doing what they had done all their lives, doing the same old garbage, eating the same old stuff. So they started getting symptoms again. Now, if you go on to the University of Iowa, or, well, I don't think you can get it right off their website, but there's a group of doctors who now culture it, and you can buy it off the internet. Get your own little supply, your own little pets for your intestines. Now, what do parasites do? Intestinal parasites like that, they eat some of the meat to pre-digest it for you because you're not well enough to do it on your own. Now, that happened with, you know, when cavemen were around because they didn't eat meat as often as they needed to, or as we do, you know, 3 times a day. They maybe had it every other day or every 3 or 4 days. So when they finally got the meat into the system, they would eat and gorge so much. They had the gallbladder for the excess fat, but not the excess hydrochloric acid to digest all that meat. That's where parasites come in. Tapeworms, trichinosis. All of these things help you digest food. Now, there's plenty of research now. You can look it up. Look under whipworm, trichinosis, state of Iowa, and you will come up with a lot of hits on the last 12 years on the research that's been done with that, and that you'll probably find the link where you can buy it. I'm not saying that's the way to get it. I suggest my clients take a piece of small intestine of a pig and eat about a half a cup, and that's all it takes. For most people, half a cup about every 5 to 6 months. Then their pollution is so bad that's dumping from their body into their intestines, all the trichinosis gets poisoned with all the garbage in our environment, you know. So then you have to breed some new ones or introduce some new ones into yourself. An example of that is the vaccine when I was 18 months old that caused me to be autistic. It also caused chronic constipation at that point. You know that the formaldehyde does that if it stays in the intestinal wall. So the formaldehyde went to my intestines and destroyed almost all the E. coli in my intestines. So my brain and nervous system weren't developing. That along with the mercury and the aluminum went into my brain. The way I know that is because I felt it. I started having headaches right at the center about 6 hours after I got the shot. And people say, you remember at 18 months old? I told my mother, I remember the day I was born. She says, you're full of it. You're telling stories again. I said, well, I have stories to tell. Doesn't mean they're not true. So I said, Mom, think about this. When I came out, there were Venetian blinds right on the left side as I was coming out, and I was coming back looking at the ceiling, and the sun was coming right over the horizon, right through the Venetian blinds. Her jaw hit the floor because that's exactly what happened. Wow. So I remember everything. I may have been an idiot communication-wise, but in the brain I was very aware of all that. So yes, I remember all those shots. I lost some track of time between the age of 3 and the age of 6. Some of that time was lost after a few more vaccines, but then I picked it up again after that. Anyway, parasites. I had constipation from 18 months old all the way up until 3 years ago, almost 2.5 years ago. When I was a child, before I went on to a raw diet, I had a bowel movement once every 3 to 5 days. And when it came out, it was like granite, big as my fist. My rectum was 2 inches of scar tissue by the time I hit 20 years old. 2 inches of scar tissue completely around the rectum. Kept splitting. Every time I had a bowel movement, I bled. So about 2.5, and then I went on to a raw diet. I moved every day, several times a day, but that first part of the day, after a long night's sleep and not going from about probably 3 o'clock on, it was hard and big. So I was doing some experiments fermenting food, fermenting grain and fermenting milk, because when you want to clean out something, bacteria and parasites are your best advantage. Why? Because they consume toxicity 100 times their weight. Parasites can eat 100 times their weight in 24 hours and pass only 1 to 5% waste. That's like eating 100 pounds of food a day and having a 1-pound bowel movement the next day, or to a 5-pound bowel movement. That's pretty efficient, isn't it? Pretty amazing. Okay? And all of that excretion that they give is finely digested matter. And it's not toxic unless they're eating something toxic, because we put that into our body. And that feeds the brain and nervous system rapidly and readily. So if the parasites are in there as janitors, eating dead tissue and bruised tissue, it's not their normal job, but that's what they will do to help us clean the system. So I decided that I would help create bacteria by fermenting all the foods that I ate a lot of. When I was a kid, I ate a lot of milk. I loved milk. And I would down the half gallon to a gallon a day, cereal or whatever. So I decided, since I was an avid cereal, and then when I went off on my own, a bachelor, sometimes I'd eat 2 boxes of cereal a day and nothing else but milk and cereal, And I was a junkie because I was diabetic, I was eating, I'd put 4 heaping tablespoons of sugar in Sugar Crisps, and it was that bad. So, I was fermenting everything I could and eating it. And I realized that, wait a minute, tapeworms live in third world people who live mainly on cereals and grains. Maybe I can finally get a parasite. Because I've been attempting to eat parasites. I've eaten parasites out galore. But because I had radiation therapy and chemotherapy, any time a parasite would start to eat something, they would be killed. So I had to use other means of cleansing, which is mainly virus, and I'll get into those later. Let me finish with the parasites. So I forced myself to get tapeworm, and sure enough, I downed all this. I let that milk ferment with some Macao powder in it, which is a root herb from South America, which reacts like cereals. So I fermented my milk with this Macao powder in it, and when I popped the cork of it, the top of the milk, I just went to smell it to see how mature it got. The alcohol literally burned my sinuses. My eyes turned red and watered, and I got a headache. That's how fermented it was. So I thought, okay, well, I'll drink it. So stupidly, I drank 3 cups. I didn't say, well, let me do a half a cup and see what happens. I had 3 cups. And the next day, I was supposed to be on a plane for Hanoi. So here I am on the plane with hives, huge hives, itching all over, going crazy. So as soon as I got off the plane in Hanoi, I got some tomatoes, put them in the refrigerator, and some cucumbers, and I had took some vinegar with me because I knew that I was going to have hives very quickly after drinking all that fermented stuff. So I'm there in the hotel room rubbing every hour, either rubbing slices of cold tomato on these hives are all over my butt and all over my stomach, all over this area right here. And I mean, these things are huge, big as my hand and as high as the hand off the skin. And I refused to scratch them. I wanted to see what was coming out. I didn't want my own nails and stuff to be in it. So I'm putting the cold cucumber and tomato slices on, mixing it around, because every hour it would get insane. And then other times I was getting into a cold bathtub with vinegar in it, and rubbing that on and soothing it. So that went on for 3 days. Then all of a sudden I noticed in the toilet I had this little noodle. And I said, I don't eat noodles. I've got a tapeworm. So I started jumping for joy, So here's this little noodle, and I can see it moving around in the toilet. And if they drop on, they'll dry up like a piece of rice in about 5 hours. It looks just like a little piece of rice. You got this big, long, link of a tapeworm. And, tapeworms get pretty long. So I was there in Hanoi about 6 days, and I got a craving on the 7th day, the day I was supposed to leave. Who sits down and eats an onion like an apple? So I had this craving, so I sat down, ate this half of an onion like an apple. About 6 hours later, I get the runs. I mean, shooting. What came out? 48 feet of tapeworm. So I pull it out of the toilet. The hotel room I was in was all wood. I mean, everything, the ceiling, everything was gorgeous. For almost nothing, $12 a day. So I spread it out on the floor so I could measure it to see how long it was, because it shrinks pretty quick. So I had, by the time I finished, it was probably about 45 feet, and I figured it shrunk about 3 feet in that 5 minutes. So I figured it's about 48 feet, 47, 48 feet. So I was all depressed, and I got rid of my friend. I finally got a parasite, and here I got rid of him. And, but I never had constipation since that day. Never had constipation. Then about 4 weeks later, I see another segment. So I know he's still alive in there. He, she is still alive, because they're bi. So I knew he was still in there. So it must have been 3 months. Had a bowel movement. About 50 feet came out. Of course, I was at home at that time, and I spreading it out on the floor, measuring it. It was about 50 feet. And that's the last I saw of him for about 2 years. But I haven't had constipation since that day that I got him. Can you imagine? Everything was nice sized. I could go. Everything was nice. No hardened right there in the tissue. No lethargy. I had more energy. I felt better. Going to the bathroom was a pleasure instead of painful experience, And that was a joy. So here, a parasite helped me. It helped these people with IBS. You have to consider that the bullcrap that's coming out of the pharmaceutical industry is intending to sell drugs. A diabetic. They say you're going to be a diabetic forever. The father of modern medicine, Hippocrates, used raw milk to cure all cases of diabetes. Put them on an all raw milk diet. Diabetes would turn around in 6 to 10 weeks. Every case, even if it were juvenile diabetes where an adolescent started with it or a child started with it. It was cured within 6 to 10 weeks. The pharmaceutical industry gets $1,200 a month. You're paying them $1,200 a month. It's a pretty good piece of money, and they don't want to let it go. So they don't want cures for anything because they like selling their drugs, and that's just what they're in the market for. And don't think that they're compassionate for 1 minute. And if you see, you've heard about the cigarette industry, putting things in their cigarettes to make people more addicted. Pharmaceutical industry is no better. They want you hooked. They want to make that money. Why they're so greedy? We talked about that before. Brain farts. What can I say? Something wrong, that the brain isn't working properly. It's malnourished, it is diseased, it is toxic. There are all kinds of reasons why people would do that to another person. Who can say? I was a very angry person. I mean, I used to think of a lot of harmful things to people that I don't anymore, now that I'm healthier. So I think that most everything is a process of toxicity in the body malfunctioning and the frustration in the body cells. You've got 67 to 80 trillion cells in your body. And if you're overworking them, burdening them, making them toxic, your little slaves are going to be pretty upset, not very happy, if you're not taking care of them. I guess they don't mind being slaves because they're our cells, but let's take care of them, treat them right. Okay, so parasites. Then we have bacteria. Bacteria can eat 50 times their weight in 24 hours and pass about 5% of waste. Still a great deal. Incredible deal. Bacteria is responsible for a lot of digestion. The University of Toronto, in association with the Hospital for Sick Children of Toronto, has been using the veratoxin, the waste product from E. coli, to completely dissolve human brain tumors in 2 to 5 days, including the vessels going to them, the tumors. 2 to 5 days brain tumors. So what I have to say about that, E. coli is in shit, eat shit and live. It's kind of a misnomer when they say you shouldn't die, isn't it? And I've had many people who were their cancers weren't reversing, and they started eating some buffalo manure in the bowels, and with the bowel with it a little bit, and they started reversing their tumors in months. I mean, radically, the third within 2.5 months. That's shrinkage. And why? Why don't they come out and say, eat feces? Every other animal goes around licking each other and themselves every day. Feces. And why is E. coli so bad? It isn't. It's all a fiction. Why? Because there's a whole plan. Dow, Monsanto, Gulf and Western are programming you to mistrust anything that is natural. They want you afraid of bacteria. They want you afraid of parasites. They want you afraid of insects. They want you afraid of everything natural. So guess what? You'll stop organic farming and you'll grow everything with chemicals. And it's planned. It is well planned. Who is in bed with the media in the pharmaceutical industry? The agricultural companies, the oil. Gulf and Western owns most of the, in Dow, agriculture. These are chemical companies that are major agribusiness today. And they have one intention, and that is everything be chemically grown. And also they're manufacturing cloned animals, and they are patenting them. So guess what they're saying? Oh, you're going to have mad cow disease, we have mad deer, we have mad everything, so what we're going to have to do is outlaw all natural animals, and only those that are cloned are going to be allowed. Monsanto gets a percentage of every pint of milk that comes out of a cow that they own the patent on. They're going to draw money from everything. And it's very planned, and you better believe it. because it's moving very quickly now. They're getting ready to outlaw a lot of things, and they have you so paranoid about nature and bacteria and everything that most people are going to let it happen, just like they let the Nazis take over Germany. Because they get the people believing it. The propaganda is there. Will you ever get a good, healthy food again without chemicals in it? Not unless you own property and have a farm. And I suggest that everybody, everywhere I go and speak, people get together and start putting farms together. Even if you don't grow the stuff yourself, you get a farmer there that you pay to do it, because you're not going to get access to anywhere, because it will be outlawed. I am fighting it in every state. And I've won in every state so far, because I put a bunch of clubs together with Right to Choose Healthy Food, and we put farms together, and we own, the people who own the farm, who have the lease on the herds and the animals, it's their food. They're not buying and selling food. It's their food. They're paying the farmer to take care of their cows, their milk, their product, their eggs, their meat, and then just give it to them. And they pay them for the service of doing that. So that's the way we set it up. The state of Michigan, Illinois, Ohio, and Illinois came after my farmers in the last 6 months, and I beat everyone in court. And you've got to do it too. You know, I can take care of a lot of people, but I can't take care of everybody. You have to find farmers who are willing to go to lease their herds, their animals with you, or you get land and you start them yourself. And that's what everybody needs to do, because we're looking at 2 years, and you're not going to be able to get any organic food. So you need to move quickly. You need to start thinking readily about what you're going to do about food.
FDA has approved 5 viruses that will be sprayed on meats to kill the bacteria. Now, the bacteria helps us digest. The viruses are nothing other than protein waste products that are poisonous. So they're going to poison our meats to save us from the very things we need to help us digest with, and that's bacteria. They tell us viruses are bad, and then at the same time they tell us to spray viruses on our meats to kill bacteria.
They're telling us salmonella is bad. Vion Products bought a license, Yale, and funded Yale to do experiments with salmonella for the last 15 years on reversing cancer with salmonella. 18 universities are now using it. Different smallpox virus, all kinds of virus and bacteria to reverse cancer. To eat salmonella. Let your eggs rot. Let your chicken rot. Eat your salmonella. It'll take care of you. It'll eat these dead cells that your body can't deal with unless you've had chemotherapy. It's not going to happen like with me. It's not going to happen. Then your body has to use virus. But we'll get into virus after we do fungus. Fungus is the next. It's in between parasites and bacteria. It consumes about 75% of what a parasite eats. And it has about the same amount of secretions. But when they secrete, their fluids and their byproducts, their verotoxins, cause intense drying. That's why when you have athlete's foot, it's so itchy. When you have crot rot, that's fungus. That's a yeast infection. In women who have the yeast infection, it dries out that tissue and causes intense itching. If you have plenty of fat in your body, you're not going to have that reaction when that waste product is discharged from them. Your body will usually naturally dissolve it, neutralize it, and it'll pass out through the pores or out the mucus if it's coming from the vaginal area or the rectal area when you get that rectal itching. So all those yeast, candida, all this candida garbage, Your naturopaths are just like the medical profession. They have the bad guys. And the bad guys aren't the chemicals. They're the natural things in nature. They are treated and they are programmed to think just like the medical profession, the allopathic method. Search and destroy. So your alternative therapists aren't much help because they're trying to destroy this, they're trying to destroy the candida, the parasites, everything that's natural in your body that's trying to work with you to get healthier. You have to forget all of that. You have to trust nature and realize the only thing that's causing you disease are the poisons that are coming from industry. That's medical, that's the agricultural industry, anybody who puts chemicals in your food. I don't care if it's just coloring. Do you know what yellow dyes 16, 13, 5, 7 have? You know what makes it yellow? A heavy metal. A heavy metal that causes kidney cancer. Cadmium. Had a patient whose father, right over here, Jeff, had kidney cancer, right? Kidney cancer. So I said, Jeff, you want to know what caused your father's cancer? Take a piece of the kidney and send it to a lab and see what heavy metals are in it. Came back high in cadmium. You go on the internet, what kind of cancer does cadmium cause? Kidney cancer is one of the top. So anytime I want to know why my patient has cancer, I take some of their vomit, their diarrhea, if they're having diarrhea at the time, or some of that tissue that has cancer in it, or the actual tumor, take a piece of that and have it analyzed. Had one patient, thought she was going to live for sure. She was pretty young, only 38 years old. She was awfully thin when she came, but not extremely thin like Twiggy, but, you know, she wasn't skinny. She was just at a good weight. And for somebody who has cancer, I say, get fat. So I got her to put on 25 pounds, and I wanted her to put on 35, 40 pounds, you know, because the cancer was here in the breast. So she didn't do it. She only put the 25 pounds on. So when she started dissolving the tumor and all the secretions started eating away at her tissue, she was vomiting and having diarrhea. She was weak and in bed that whole time. And the vomiting was intense. It hurts, especially when you're throwing up poisons. So after 2 months of vomiting, I had to find out what was so toxic that she could be vomiting this violently, because I had only known one other girl who had done that, vomited like 11 times a day, 6 to 11 times a day, and that was Awanza, and she had 63 tumors in her body, and there were innumerable ones in her brain, so I understood all that heavy metal was dumping and causing her to vomit all the time. But this girl, I didn't know what. So I took that 4 ounces of vomit, sent it to the lab. The lab called me a week later and said, you know, when they finally got around to my sample, and they said, somebody's poisoning your patient. I said, what do you mean? He said, she has 3 times the lethal dose of thallium in that 4 ounces of vomit. 3 times the amount that usually kills a person, of thallium. Thallium is a metal, a metallic mineral that's very much like mercury, but it's a cross between mercury and lead in its toxicity. And I said, no. Now I know why. She was a jewelry maker. And she never wore a mask and she never wore gloves. So all of that metal she was burning with her head right over it, breathing it in all of those years, all of that thallium, heavy metals, caused her cancer. And she didn't make it. She got down to 2.5 months of vomiting and all of that. She was down to where she was starting to get too thin and she just couldn't eat. She died because she couldn't eat. Cancer was all dissolved. It was the end of it. She couldn't eat. That's why I say, get fat, because you don't know what poisons are in your body that are going to come out and start moving. And if you don't have the fats to take care of it, you're going to have problems. So fat, 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 fat. Get rid of thin. I want to look good. I want to be thin. Forget it. It isn't healthy. If you've been on as long as I have and you've got most of the poisons out, you can be fat and not look it. But that takes a little time. Takes a little time. 30 years. 30. But I had chemo and radiation. Most people probably would take 15, 20 years, I have some young people that do it in 7, 8 years. Fat for 7, 8 years and then get, full and strong looking, like an athlete, not skinny ever again, because I don't want anybody to ever get skinny again, unless their body's taking through a detox and they use up all the fats, but then they need to put it on quickly after that. So poisons in your environment, in your food, in your air, in your water, wherever it is, those cause your diseases, not bacteria, not parasites, and not virus, not fungus, not candida. Those are your friends. They're trying to get rid of damaged tissue from poisons. They're your helpers. You got to help them. Now, virus. How many people know that viruses aren't alive? It's been known in the medical profession for years that you don't give antibiotics for a virus because they're ineffectual, because they're not alive. They have no nucleus. They are protein parts. There's no respiration. There's no functionality. There's no glandular activity. They are not alive. But what are they? They are soaps. They are solvents. The body makes them to dissolve tissue in your body that are too toxic for the parasites, the bacteria, and the fungus to eat. Too toxic, like when I had chemo, radiation. Parasite, bacteria, fungus tried to eat into that dead tissue, they were killed because they were poisoned to death from that tissue. So what's all this contagious bullcrap about virus? That's like saying laundry soap is contagious. Well, it's in every home, and everybody uses it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or between 11 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Most housewives and people do their laundry. So it must be contagious, because it's always happening about the same time. That's when colds and flus happen. They happen seasonally for a reason. There are 300,000 varieties of virus. Each one of them takes just a little particle of a cell at a time and disassembles it. And the pharmaceutical industry says, see, it dissolves a cell. No, it's dissolving a specific tissue in that cell. So specific that it can never damage the integrity of that cell. Unless you have many viruses happening at one time because of a highly toxic polluted cell from industrial pollution. And it's usually from the medical profession that happens. But usually 1, 2 viruses are occurring all at one time, only once in a lot of people. So, one person gets, the flu, then the next person gets the flu, and Joe Blow across town's got it, and all of a sudden, all these people start cropping up, and they say it's contagious. That's like saying the first rooster that starts crowing toward the sun is contagious to all the other roosters, because they get up and crow too, Viruses are not contagious. AIDS is not contagious. It's a man-made virus. It's the lymphonomic virus of a sheep, and it's the leukemic virus of a bovine, spliced together. Man-made. Injected into our population by our dear great military government as biochemical warfare experimentation. And do you know who there were undesirables were they allowed to do it on? NSA says they're allowed to do it on undesirables. And you know who the undesirables were? Homosexuals. So homosexuals in New York, Houston, Los Angeles, and San Francisco were the target. How did they target them? Well, if you remember in the 70s, all through the 80s, the main people getting hepatitis were homosexuals because of their intense drug use. So they were given it in the hepatitis B vaccine, and they were strategically put in those cities. 10% of the people were not homosexual. That's why 10% of the population was not homosexual who got it in those cities. But it only happened in those cities. And then when the government got caught, it started putting them out in other cities, so they got it all over. And then they put it in the smallpox vaccine in Africa. Why would British government and the American government donate 125 million smallpox vaccines? Why would they give 125 million vaccines? You're talking billions of dollars to make them, transport them, to get them over there and service them. 125 million vaccines were given and funded by the British government and the American government. Why do you think they did that? What happened? It made a medical catastrophe in all of those countries. So where did they go for medical help? They went to the British and American governments, who were supposed to be advanced medically. So they got treatment, and guess how many countries are now under the World Bank because they couldn't pay their debt for the medical help? 27 African countries are now run by the British and American government through the World Bank because they poisoned these Africans with AIDS in the smallpox vaccine. Nobody got AIDS there except people who got the smallpox vaccine, unless they were getting transfusions from somebody who had the smallpox vaccine. So you can get it, transmit it in blood, but you can't transmit it sexually, you can't transmit it any other way because it has to be injected into your body. You bleed outward, so you can't get it even if you have anal sex and you bleed. You bleed outwardly, you don't bleed inwardly. And if you have, Dr. Strucker showed that there are only 2 viruses per ejaculation. 5 white blood cells destroy 2 easily like that, they'll never get in. And like I said, they can't procreate. They don't reproduce because they're not alive. Viruses are not alive. They are made by cells to clean the body. It is a solvent, a soap. Just like when you have runny mucus, your body has made a solvent, which is a viral type element, which cleans and causes your nose to run heavily because you've breathed in something and it's lodged in your mucous membranes. It happens especially with people who don't produce proper mucus fibers. Mucus, if you look at it under a microscope, is a web. It looks like cloth. You have all these protein fibers that mesh, so it's layers and layers of thick, so particles can't get through and damage your sinuses. When people don't produce good quality mucus and they're protein deficient, these fibers are too wide open and the particles pass through and hit their sinuses and they have allergies. Mucus is too thin. It needs to be thicker, needing lots of protein like eggs. So when that passes in, it causes an irritation and your body creates a solvent to make it run and flow. Not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Viruses are good things. The body's making them for a reason, to get rid of damaged tissue so that you can reproduce new tissue and be healthier and alive. If you keep dying, if your cells keep dying and you don't reproduce them, what happens? You're the old person trying to walk across the street, a little at a time. And if you're reproducing, you're going to go like me, from death to life. You know, from death at 21 to life at 60, and getting healthier every day. Like I said, I haven't slept, I had a nap between 6 o'clock and 10 o'clock last night. I'm not even tired. One time I went on 1.5 hours sleep a day, 10 minutes at a time. And I only ate an egg or half a cup of milk or half a cup of meat every hour. Just a little bit to give me enough nutrients, not to be overly satisfied, but to be slightly hungry. And it just kept my energy up and going that whole time. And then when the 22 days was up, I only slept 5 hours the next night. Didn't need to catch up on anything because I took care of my body. I gave it food every hour. I gave it protein, I gave it fat. And I didn't eat any fruit that whole 22 days because I wasn't going to sugar out. It wasn't going to cause any cravings. I wasn't going to cause distortion of mental functions with the advanced glycation end products. If you know how to utilize your body and work with it, man, you can have a great life, a really great life. Okay, so we've gone over all of your friends, which you thought were all your enemies. Your parasites, your bacteria, your virus, your fungus, your candida, your athlete's foot. And let me tell you, 99% of the athlete's foot comes from vaccines, antibiotics, mainly penicillin. Most of your fungus that is caused in your body is from penicillin and antibiotics. All of you women with your yeast infections, antibiotics, penicillin. And they start you off very young with it. You know how often people had athlete's foot before penicillin and antibiotics came out? Zip zero. Can't find it in any of the medical records anywhere. Not even in Greece and Rome. Nobody had crotch rot, or foot decay. Didn't exist. Yet we have it all over the place. I'm in Asia a lot. Never see it there, except in the farmlands. But the people are giving all kinds of antibiotics. Of course, they have lots of fungus, lots of yeast infections. So you wonder where all your fungus and your candida and all that came from? Doesn't come from your food, but you can certainly eat badly to feed it more, to give it more to feed on. You can damage your tissues with sugars. And of course, the fungus will help feed on it because the penicillin and all the other molds that are in antibiotics are sterilized. But you have to remember, fungus can live through anything. It's like the phoenix. It will come through fire and live again. That's why plastics took so long to become so popular. You know why? Because plastic is mainly made from fat, vegetable oils. Overly hydrogenated vegetable oils is what plastic comes from. Hydrogenated vegetable oils all have the same molecular structure of plastic because it is plastic. It's just a soft liquid plastic. So they kept making plastics, and what happened? A year and 3 months later, they'd start molding. They'd get a fungus. They couldn't stop it. But they wanted to produce it. So what did they do? They created dioxins, mold retardants, mold killers. And where do those dioxins go? Into our entire planet, everywhere. And those dioxins are some of the worst toxins on this planet. They are highly carcinogenic. But that's the only way they can get plastic to stop molding. So these are intentionally poisoned plastics that your children play with and put in their mouth and off gas. Now they're making clothing, sheets. Clothing and sheets and towels and everything with plastic. Polyester. Plastic. I'm jumping a little ahead now. Plastic, fibers, any kind of material, lint. I don't care what it's made of. Silk, cotton, linen, polyester, any of those unnatural ones. Even rayon is called natural because it's made from pine needles. How do you have to make it from pine needles? You know what you have to go through to make it from pine needles? You have to put an epoxy in it. Turns it into a plastic. The oil from the pine needles is very high. It's a vegetable oil. You hydrogenate it, you've got plastic. But they call it natural because it came from a tree. But when they get finished with it, it is not natural. It isn't like cotton, it isn't like silk. It is a plastic. It is highly treated, highly chemicalized. And every time you breathe in plastic, your body has to digest that plastic. How well do you think you digest plastic with all those dioxins in it? Like I said, you have disease, you have allergies, you have ill health problems, not because of anything natural, but because of the poisons in our society. You have to learn how to protect yourself the best you can. You're living in Los Angeles, you're going to be breathing it every day. There's no way around that. So the way that you can stop it and otherwise, get rid of synthetic rugs, sheets, bedspreads, anything in your home that will go into particles and you will be breathing, because they will. Anything that is fiber, lint. Your furniture, everything, make it, with cotton furniture, silk, upholstery, everything. Everything in my house is natural. There's not one unnatural thing in there for that reason. Your body has to digest in the lungs, in the sinuses, in your esophagus, in your bronchioles, has to digest fibers of plastic. How well is it going to do that, and how toxic is it going to be to you? You're going to have a cold and a flu every year, 2 or 3 a year if you're doing that, to expel that kind of poison. And if you're not getting, until somebody says, I'm so healthy, I never have a cold or a flu. I said, buy in your 50s. Because it's true. Anybody that doesn't have a cold or a flu in their life and they go through, they usually die in their early to mid 50s of a heart attack or a brain aneurysm, because they just dry out inside. All those poisons stay in, they're not getting rid of them, and they just keep absorbing all the fats and they dry out and crack, either in their brains or in their heart. It's up to you to handle it. I'm just giving you the best tools to protect yourself the best you can, because we are living in a very diseased world. When Dr. Samuel Epstein says that 1 of every 2 men will die of a miserable cancer, 1 of every 3 women, that's serious business. That's serious business. And we're talking about America. We're not talking about anywhere else in the world. We're just talking about America. In other countries like Laos, poverty-stricken, the lifespan is like 89, so it has to do with the particular industrial progress we have and the building materials we use that are so toxic. So you have to make sure that, things are cleaned, and when you clean, wear a mask. So if any of these dusts and particles fall from paint or whatever it is, you're not inhaling it, because your body will have to deal with it. It's not an illusion. Your body's going to have to deal with it. If you think you can walk through smoke and none of it's going to touch your lungs, hey, you're different than me. You're different than any other human I know. And when particles are airborne, you breathe them in, your body has to deal with it, period. There's no other way about it. Now, you'll look at, I think it's page 4 in your papers there. Isn't that B1? No, that's the lymphatic system. Page 5 then. There you go. See 2 pictures there. The microscopic view on the left is of food, of vitamin B1 isolated from food just by separation, no chemical change. And if you do it by hand like that, it's a very tedious process because you're doing it with an air gun. A very tiny air gun. It has to be so soft you're moving them around. So it's unreasonable to get that kind of vitamin B because nobody's going to sit there under a microscope and filter out all of that and sell it to you for $2,000 an ounce, because that's about what it would cost. So they make chemicals to fractionate it and separate it. But you see what happens on the picture on the right there. You see what happens to all those little nice round little fluffy little creatures that is vitamin B1. They become hardened rock and crystals from the solvent reaction. And that's from food. That's not even synthesized ones. I couldn't find a synthesized one. I looked for it. When I was doing my own biochemistry research, they were 100 times the size, just like vitamin C. And vitamin C, when it's natural in food, looks like little furry little balls, and they're all very colorful and in soft colors. And it looks very beautiful, and you can see it's vibrant and alive. And then you see this synthetic ascorbic acid, and you see these little bitty tiny little vitamin C's that are natural, and you see 100 times the size of this is all this little, looks like broken glass. Somebody broke a mirror. And they sell that as vitamin C. This is synthetic ascorbic acid, and it goes down and cuts and rips the body to pieces. Of course, it's going to stop any symptoms because the body's panicked about stopping all the cellular and intestinal and respiratory, venous, lymphatic, neurological slicing and ripping to pieces. So all symptoms are going to stop. If you have allergy, it'll stop that. It'll stop almost anything temporarily. But you're in real trouble later because the body uses tremendous amounts of fat to bind with all of that toxicity from the ascorbic acid. Even if the vitamins come from a natural source, but have to be extracted with chemicals or any other process, as you can see in that picture, it changes the molecular structure and the body cannot digest it and utilize it the same. It's an entirely a different creature. It isn't like milk where you can take it and make cheese with it and it still has a very good property on its own. It's very different because there's a chemical process or a heat process that always goes into that separation. So there's always toxicity. Doesn't mean that the natural B1 vitamin or vitamin C will be harmful in an extreme way and cause disease, but it will certainly cause some problems in your system. But the synthetic will definitely move you toward disease quicker. May seem like it's working temporarily for a brief time, but in the end, later on, it's going to take its toll and you will dry out inside. When I worked at Aunt Tilly's in Beverly Hills, one of the biggest health food stores in the world at the time, in the late 70s, I used to watch, and a lot of people come in and buy $10,000 worth of vitamins a month. And I'm talking about bottles of vitamin E, 2 or 3 of them a month. And guess where vitamin E comes from? Film developing fluid. Yep. Fuji and Kodak, big suppliers of it. You know why? It was a very toxic substance. They had to spend millions of dollars to put it in isolated stainless steel tanks with thick concrete walls that were almost 12 foot thick. Cost them hundreds of millions of dollars a year, and they had to keep that, they had to continue it because they hadn't found any way to neutralize that chemical. Then one of their scientists, many of their scientists were paid to find out a use for it and a breakdown, and one of them said, oh, well, it has the molecular structure of vitamin E about 73%. Let's call it vitamin E and sell it and have people eat it. one of the most toxic substances on this planet. 99% of the vitamin E out there is coming from that source. Film developing processes. Even when what it says, natural vitamin E, you may have 5 units from soy or corn. The other 95% will be from Kodak or Fuji. So what happened with some of my famous movie star patients who were taking all that vitamin E for their skin started tearing, got translucent thin. Why? Because that's a solvent. Terrible solvent. Even aspirin can be deadly. I have an actor friend who used to run a 100-mile marathon once a year. He would take 2 bottles of aspirin to get through it. 2 bottles of aspirin. So at the end of that run, he had to stay isolated for 3 weeks in his apartment. Why? Because aspirin thins the skin. His skin would act like toilet paper, just tear. You could just touch it just like this and his skin would just tear off. So he had to isolate himself for 3 weeks. The stuff that the medical profession, pharmaceutical industry is putting out there is not good stuff. It poisons you. So, vitamins, supplements, all of that, you're not going to have anything but an imbalance if you're taking a supplement. Your body's going to have to leach something from itself or your food, and that's going to cause other imbalances. You're going to be like on a seesaw, always trying to balance yourself when you're taking these vitamins and enzyme supplements. It is never a way to do it properly. You can do it with foods. There's always some food in there that'll correct your balance evenly. Sometimes you've got so many toxins in the body that are so radical and so damaging that you're going to suffer. It is inevitable. You may have some penicillin that comes out under a thumb or a big toe. It turns black and pusses and it melts the toenail away. It's painful. But you can get through it so that you're not going to poison the body with medication and vitamins and supplements that are just going to add to the problem later. So that you'll have an inflammation there later or in a close proximity to the same area. Because that's what happens. If this area is so damaged and wasn't able to repair, it'll go to an adjacent area. That's why cancer metastasizes. The doctors say, oh, we cured this cancer. It's been gone for 5 years. You had it in 10 other places in your body, but we cured you of cancer. Hello? Does that make any sense? I mean, it's an absurdity that they can get away with making the claims that they do. 17% of people survive over 5 years through the medical profession with cancer. It's only 17%. That's a horrible statistic. But they like that 5-year point because they know that 6th year, probably 60% of the people they treated are going to get that cancer or another form in that next 6th to 7th year. Always happens. So they know to make that 5-year cutoff. Why don't they make it 7? Why don't they make it 8? Why don't they make it 10? Because they know at 5 years, that's when the shit hits the fan. The cancer crops. Stay away from the medical profession unless you have to. Now, I hadn't seen a doctor except for a test, those tests at Washington University Medical Center. And all of a sudden, about June, I started having terrific pain in my penis and groin area. Now, because when I was a child, I always had this problem of urination. It would take me 3 minutes to start urination, and then 2 to 3 minutes to urinate. So it was like I was a tiny little baby. I always had this little stream. My penis wasn't that small, but The stream was. And so my mother used to, when I got about 4 years old, she would slap me on the back and say, hurry up, come on. Why does it take you so long to pee? I didn't know what she was talking about. I was just trying to pee. Why was she hitting me, I didn't understand all that. So, I went through life like this. Still up until last June, it would take me 3 minutes to start peeing, 2 to 3 minutes to finish peeing. It was my natural life. I didn't know anything else. That's the way it was. I saw other people, but I never compared myself to other people because we're all so different. So I said, well, this is natural for me. This is what's happening. So all of a sudden last June, I started having terrific pain in the penis, and there was nothing wrong with my penis. So I went to a urologist just to see what was going on. I allowed him to do a ultrasound. He found the biggest stone that anybody in his whole office had seen. It was this long and this big around. And it had been developing for 50 years, 58 years, somewhere around there. So it had to have developed when I was very little. He found that my urethra hadn't grown over infancy. It still stayed that very thin little tract all the way from the bladder to the base of the penis. That little tract all the way through the prostate was just thin and never developed over infancy. So he said, well, I can go in there and blast it to pieces with a laser. The laser will take me probably 35, 40 minutes to blast it. So, that's from experience. He's used to doing that, even though this was a big one. He can usually take them and blast them apart in 2 or 3 minutes. I know one of my patients, he took 10 of them out, in like 45 minutes. He had 10 of them in him. And I had one big one. It took him 2 hours to blast mine apart. The entire center was mercury from all those vaccines, had collected in my bladder from when I was an infant. The whole center was black, and I had the fluid tested. Mercury. Concentration of mercury that was out of sight. 2 hours to blast it apart. Let me tell you, I was downing the cheese like crazy because it was in a fluid, so a lot of it washed back into my system all over. And the area in the intestines, in the iris, showed all these metal speckles that I didn't have before, just riddled with all these metal speckles. So I'm still cleaning that out. So sometimes surgery is necessary. I would have had to let him go in and cut it out, or he had to go in there and blast it out. So, when I went into the operating room, they had these big metal tubes this big, and I said, oh, shit, they're going to put that up my penis? Oh, I'm going out for this. I mean, I've had teeth pulled with no Novocaine, no nothing. No xylocaine, completely without anything. Just let them go in there and rip a tooth out. Plus the nerve popped out from here down, over here. And I knew that the pain lasts the most 3 minutes. If I can get through that 3 minutes, I don't have to spend a year and a half getting rid of the Novocaine. It's going to harden and damage other teeth and other bone structures and everywhere else around. So when I do dentistry, which is occasionally, I don't use any form of painkiller. But this, going up my penis, that big tube, I was going under. I said, I'm glad I'm going under for this one. And let me tell you, they did stretch it that big, because when I came out, that was pretty painful. But I was over the pain. I had my pain formula. I took it. I had it ready for me when I got out of the operating room, when I became conscious. But they had me under a long time because they thought it was only going to be 35 minutes. It was 2 hours to blast that thing. He said the nurse said that he was just dripping sweat because he couldn't get the thing to break up. It was metal. It was hardened metal in there that he had to break up. So that was in my body. I will go to a mechanic if I need one. And to me, doctors are only mechanics. They're high, overpriced mechanics and drug pushers. That's all they are. So, but I will go to them if I need them. And that's the first time I've needed one, for something like that. I had the first patient that I sent to a surgeon 3 weeks ago. He was an older man. He had a tumor this big. When he came to me, it was about this big. And I said, you know, you've got a lot of tissue hardness in your neck and all in your shoulders, and you've got a tension in your back that's like this. I have a feeling that your tumor is going to grow. It's probably just benign, but it's going to grow quite big. But we'll see. We'll keep you on a diet where it'll never attach. So I kept an eye on it, and I could always move it, so it never attached to the bone. Then I could see that it was at the point where it wasn't going to grow anymore, and he'd stood it for 2 years and 3 months. So it was huge, huge. And it was getting to the effect where it was bothering his eyes and everything. So now it's time to get it removed. So we went through a lot of surgeons, man, because I told them what they couldn't do, and they hated that. And then we found the head of surgery at Kaiser in Hollywood, and Dr. DeFranzo. And let me tell you, I just told him, hey, you know, he says he wanted to remove all the lymph glands in his neck for this tumor. I said, wait a minute. That's what you're told to think. But think about this. If the lymph system is responsible for removing dead cells, it's going to have cancer in it. But if that lymph gland isn't as hard as rock, it's not a problem, is it? So let's leave anything in there that's not as hard as a rock, and the only thing that was hard as a rock was this big thing. And that one particular gland that it was full and kept stretching, one gland. No other gland was hardened. Swollen, yes, and doing its job. And I got that doctor to agree to think. I made him think. I said, think about it. You've never tried this before. If the lymph gland is responsible for cleaning the body, even cancer, isn't it the best idea to leave every lymph gland you can in the body? Because then it will help dissolve these tumors, these dead cells, and get rid of this cancer easier. If you remove them, where's the cancer going to go? Is it going to go down under here where the next batch of lymph glands are? And if you look at page 3 or 4 in there, you'll see the system, the lymphatic system through there. It's prior to that page. So you see that. You see how it is in a man and a woman. Of course, a woman has a little bit more in the breast area. She's more protected. A woman has more fat in her body, and that's why women live 20% longer than men. That's why 1 out of 3 women, instead of 1 out of 2 men, die. Women have a lot more fat, and also they have 20% more vaginal secretions, that much more mucus discharge. So they discharge 20% more poisons than we do. We men do. So penis envy isn't such a good thing, is it? We should be having vaginal envy, you know?
Thank you.
So be happy you're a woman, be happy if you're a fat woman. The lymphatic system was very important, so I got Dr. DeFranzo to agree. And man, it was like pulling teeth, but he listened, he thought about it. And I said, I can tell you right now, I've got this guy on a diet that didn't attach to his bone. It didn't attach to his jugular, because they told him if it, wrapped around his jugular, because they're used to seeing it, people on a normal diet. But I know how to regulate it. If it's going to grow, I'm going to control its growth. So they said they may have to take out the whole jugular. They'd lose a lot of his nerves and all there, and all of it was under the tumor. Nothing was removed, just the tumor. And the skin, of course, that it attached to the skin. So he had all this excess skin, so all that skin was removed. Now he looks younger on this side, because all this is clean, and this side is his old natural self. So he's young on this side and old over here, so it worked for him. He was able to discard all of that tumorous stuff from here to here. He's much more relaxed now. He moves. He used to be like this. Now he's relaxed. He's moving. He got rid of all those dead cells that caused that tightness throughout his system. Whether any more will develop, I don't know. because he has a lot of toxicity in his body. And he was around, he's a computer programmer, so he's around those, 3 laser guns for 40 years of his life. Those monitors have 3 laser guns, and they shoot for 27 feet. So anybody who has a monitor, get rid of it. At work, I don't care where it is. You get a flat screen. The radiation and fallout is just this far, just about an inch and a quarter off of the screen, and will never harm you. But like those old televisions, anything that's not a flat screen, they broadcast for 27 feet. You can always look at the work of John Ott, O-T-T. He studied them heavily, and it was 27 feet, the fallout, on a TV and a computer monitor. So you get an LCD screen. And if you got a laptop, you get a separate keyboard, because that EMF field will cause carpal tunnel. All the hype is, carpal tunnel isn't from electrical anything. It's from the angle that you type at. Let me tell you, when I was typing in high school, it was those old hard things where you had to drive them down that far, and then the pen had to hit the bar. That was work. Nobody got carpal tunnel. Nobody got carpal tunnel until the electric typewriter came out. And then the computers, everybody gets it. The electromagnetic field coming off of these computers is horrendous. Keep your tower 3 feet away from you. If you have a laptop, you put a separate keyboard, you plug it in, and it has to be 6 inches. The top of the keyboard has to be 6 inches from the bottom of the laptop, the notebook. And then you won't have any effect. The way I found that out was, I got my first laptop in about 1996, and I moved into it was 1993. I moved into a new house an old house in Venice at the same time. And I started getting all of this pain in my arms, and I thought, oh shit, I'm coming down with cancer again. So I was going to have to go through it and get rid of it, all of this. I thought, maybe something's in this house. So I had an environmental specialist come on with all of his meters and gadgets, go around the house. Only found one plug in the house that wasn't properly grounded. So I grounded that, crawled out of the house and grounded it myself. And then he said, turn on your laptop. So he turned it on and he said, here's your problem.
The meter shot up to 100 milligauss. And only 3 milligauss is safe for a human cell.
100. Shooting up to 100, like this, pulsating up to 100. My hand's right on that area doing that. So he said, get a separate keyboard, keep it this far away, you can see where it dies off, and you have your hands there, no problem. The next, I went right out as soon as he left. Oh, I didn't let him leave the house. I made him sell me some of his gadgets, his meters. I would not let him out of the house until he sold me one of those meters. So I went out and bought a keyboard, put it in, next day, and no pain. Gone, just like that. So they're lying to you when they tell you the carpal tunnel is an angle problem. It is an electrical problem, an electromagnetic field problem. Those people who use cell phones, the test came in from Switzerland last year. Rats who were exposed to 40 minutes a day, only 40 minutes a day, had 36% brain cancer. That's pretty high, so you better get an earbud. Keep that thing away from your head. 40 minutes every day for a year is all it took for 36% of those, 36 or 38% of those rats to get brain tumors. It's not very long. And the rise in brain tumors since the cell phone came out, pretty high. So be careful. All these things are pollution. You need to be aware of what is going to lead you toward disease so you're not surprised by it, or you can alter it. If you do these things that you know can harm you, or that have been tested and shown to harm you, and you do them, then you won't be surprised if you get a disease. But if you're smart, you'll do things that avoid it, that'll prevent it. Of course, you may be one of the, 68% or so that doesn't get, 60-some percent, 67%, 63% who doesn't get a brain tumor, 62% doesn't get a brain tumor. But how do you know which group you're going to be in? You're going to be in the 36%? Are you going to be in the 37%? Or are you going to be in the 63, 62%? Who doesn't? You don't know. So take care of yourself. Because it may be rising. With humans, it may even be worse. Because it may feed those rats a good diet. So I'll have less disease. And you know that they twist those tests in any way they can to make them look the best. And they even twist that one to make it look good, and you still come up with 36 to 38% brain tumors. That's not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. So disease, it's environmental, it's industrial, it's part of our modern society. Get as natural as you can get to avoid all of that disease. Now, we can reverse a lot of the problems, we can dissolve a lot of that stuff, we can take care of ourselves if we eat properly. Now, when you eat a raw food that's unadulterated and not dehydrated, all of the enzymes in it are bioactive. That means they disassemble quickly and easily with the enzymes in your body, and your body can redistribute them. The pancreas is very responsible for a lot of this. It will take those elements and it will restructure them so that you can utilize it for your purposes. Okay. So food in its raw state, vitamins, enzymes, minerals, nothing is cauterized. It's used. Cauterized, you know what that means? Take clay, you fire it, it's cauterized. It's hardened. It is brittle. It's no longer porous. Things can't pass, it can't disassemble. Clay, everything disintegrates. It becomes milky in water. It becomes a part of the water. It is the water. Once it's fired, it's a rock. It's a hardened substance. It's all cauterized together. That's what happens when you cook food. It cauterizes a lot of the substances in your food. Crystallizes the vitamin C. It crystallizes the B vitamins. And all you have to do is get up to 141 degrees to destroy 50% of your calcium. 50% of your calcium. And the way that the body harnesses, remember the poisons in your body? It uses calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, potassium as the main alkalinizing minerals to bind with some of those metals, toxic substances, to bind with them and neutralize their negative charge that is so destructive in the body. Even aluminum is highly destructive when it's cauterized. Aluminum destroys the zeta potential. Zeta potential is the ability for nutrients to remain suspended in fluid. So it's like you've got a lot of fish swimming around in an aquarium. You drop a bomb in there and they all sink to the bottom. They can't get up off the ground, off the bottom. They just stay there on the bottom. That's what cauterized aluminum does. You cauterize aluminum from anything. Aluminum pots, aluminum cans, soda pops, or whatever you're drinking. Aluminum foil, all gets into your food. It all gets into your system, cauterized. So you wonder why your brain doesn't work? You wonder why you can't follow thoughts? If you got aluminum in there, destroying the zeta potential. You got a synapse is about to fire out of an axon or a ganglia. And what happens? And it just slides on the bottom of the nerve tube. Just like that. Boom, just flat down. You went, why isn't that thought coming to me? That's the way I was as a child. No thoughts about language ever came. There was no completed thought on language. It didn't go anywhere. That part of my brain was completely neutralized. until I started eating the carrot juice. Then it changed. Carrot juice and the vitamin and the carotene in it may be a way to neutralize and bind, because of the high calcium in it and the potassium in it, to bind with that aluminum. And then my body was able to start transmitting properly through that canal, to those canals, that particular part of my brain. Calcium is very, very important. All the plaque on your teeth, mostly calcium. Why do you get plaque on your teeth? Because your brain has the most metals in it. Most free radical heavy metals are in the brain. Most toxins in the human body are in the brain. Where do they discharge? Tongue, the gums, the salivary glands. Sometimes the eyes and sometimes the ears. But mainly the gums, salivary glands, and the tongue. That's why you get a white coating on your tongue. Poisons are coming out through your tongue. Your body's using calcium to bind with them. So when you swallow it, it is already neutralized. It's already alkalinized. That acidity, that damaging acidity, is neutralized. Now, if it's we're naturally an acidic body. As animal eaters, we need to eat animal tissue, animal substances to survive. That takes an acid system.
Now, naturopaths tell you that your blood, saliva, and urine should all be alkaline.
If they accomplish that, you will digest half of what you eat. Half of what you eat. Don't do it. Don't go alkaline. It's not right. No carnivore has alkaline urine or alkaline saliva. Check your dog and cat. Doesn't happen. Check your gorilla, your friendly gorilla. Doesn't happen. They're acid. They have to be acidic. But when an acidic compound is a free radical combined with metal poisons that free radicals are, you have to neutralize it with very alkalinizing minerals to just de-ionize it, to take the charge out of it, because the charge does so much damage in the human body. Calcium is very important. Phosphorus, potassium, magnesium. Other minerals too, but those are abundant in the foods that we eat.
When we cook above 118 degrees, all of the enzymes are destroyed.
All of them are cauterized by 122 degrees. All of them become unstable at 105 degrees. How well do you function at 105 degrees? You'll sit down and take a grape for the whole day and sit there with a fan in your face. Can you imagine it getting higher? 122 degrees, 140 degrees. Old pasteurization temperature was 141 for 15 to 30 seconds. That would destroy 50% of the calcium. But it kept the Lactobacillus caucasus and bulgarius from feeding on the fats and protein, because it destroyed them, it killed them. Those are the bacteria that digest the fats and the protein in your milk, pre-digested for you. That is the bacteria you take in to your body to help you become a good digester, just like a calf or any other animal who has milk. That milk has the bacteria that introduces it to your system to digest the milk. As Acidophilus, caucasus, and Bacillus. Varieties of those, varieties of all three of those. Caucasus is used to digest the protein, Bulgarius to use the fat, Acidophilus the milk sugar. Naturally, in milk, Acidophilus is low. It isn't as important to us to digest the sugars. That's only 5% of our diet. It's more important to digest the protein and the fats. So the Bulgarius is the highest. But what does that do to the milk? It causes it to go sour and bitter. Now, when I lived in Paris from 1993 to 1996, just 3 months of every year, I went up to the farmland. That's the only way you could get raw milk and raw cream. Everything was sour and bitter. That was normal. That's the way it's always been. Technology comes in and says, but we can make it sweeter. So they change your whole instincts, your whole appetite to say that this is proper. We like sweet things. We like it to smell good or a particular way. When if you go out to the farmlands and stuff like this, the Amish people, you know, if they're into the old way, everything is soured, everything is bitter. But it's predigested. The fats and the proteins are predigested. Not all just all the milk sugar with all the acidophilus. And that's what they tell you to eat. Acidophilus, acidophilus. Who needs all that sugar? We don't. The advanced glycation end products, evidence of that. 5% of our diet is all we need of sugars. So why do we put 5 to 6 strains of acidophilus to make yogurt and kefir? It doesn't make any sense. If you're looking at for health, if you're looking at for a particular taste advantage, it's not a healthful advantage on the whole body. It just has to do with taste. Well, then isn't it wrong or inappropriate or inefficient to be cultivating that taste bud in you? Absolutely. So get back in like the Germans. I like all that sour, stinky cheeses and stuff like that. Pretty healthy race. Thought they were all almighty, though, was a problem. You know. But they eat, you know, the Germans eat more steak tartare, 5 times more than any other country, even than France. You know what steak tartare is? Raw meat with raw egg mixed together. And they eat a lot of it in that country. A lot of it. More than France. So, getting the foods whole, uncooked, you will preserve your nutrients. People say to me, well, I'd rather die than change my diet. And I've had people with deathly cancer, 4-stage cancer, come to me and, you know, because this is before my book was out, and I send them to a seminar, and they take a seminar, or they come to me in an emergency, and I have to tell them, spend 5-6 hours, and they say, wait a minute. Because I used to do this whole thing for groups of people just to see if they wanted to become patients. And I'd have people walk out and say, no, I'd rather die of miserable cancer than change my diet. I like my waffles and syrup, and, you know, I like my cereals with all the, you know, acrylamides in it, you know, and all of that stuff. I have no judgment against that. It's their lives. They can die any way they want. They can live any way they want. I'm just giving you information to make you aware that there's other ways. There's alternatives to living and living without disease. So it's up to you. But I'm not going to judge you if you say, yeah, makes a lot of sense. And it's probably true, but, you know, I'm going to eat my cooked food. You know, I'm going to have my Denny's whatever and my pizza and all this stuff. And my McDonald's, you know, it's okay. Even if you only ate one raw food your whole life, you're adding vitamins and enzymes and minerals. Even only one food your whole life. So the more you do that, the more you're feeding yourself good. Well. And the more you're putting toxins in, because when you cook foods, there are a myriad of toxins that are byproducts. And in my recipe book, I named 32 of them. And those are the only known ones. And you know there's sub-toxins that follow from those too. So, but there's 32 that I name. And acrylamides are now getting the high publicity. And they're one of the worst because a group of full professors in Sweden about 5 years ago did 8-9 years of testing. I don't remember quite which it was, 8 or 9 or even 10 years of testing. And they found that the tumors that they investigated, that they looked at the chemical structure, found that the highest content was acrylamides. So they looked at all the foods that had acrylamides. The highest acrylamides were in chips and French fries. Chips and French fries. No matter what kind of chip, no matter what kind of French fry. Boiled in oil, high carbohydrate, boiled in oil. Even trans fatty acids, oils, were worse, because then it was plastic and acrylamides on top of it. So that would increase the acrylamide content of 1,500 times in that food by boiling in oil. Most of your cereals, Sugar Crisp, my favorite. No wonder I got cancer. I ate boxes of that stuff, boxes of it, you know. Literally, I would eat 2 boxes a day sometimes, you know, once I lived alone. 3 boxes a day sometimes. And I loved that stuff, and, you know. I hated French fries until I hit 16, and I couldn't stop eating them with a mold, you know. I'd stick these hot, you know, French fries into a chocolate mold. And I loved that. Burn with the cold, burn with the cold. You know, so, you know, I was not a good eater. I deserved every disease I had, but let me tell you, most of it, but, you know, I mean, that's the way I was raised. I didn't know anything different, and a diabetic, you're crazy. You don't have faculties, you know. I was already autistic, and being diabetic on top of it, the brain didn't work very well at all. So, in other areas, not just the communication center. So, eat raw foods, you get a lot healthier. Some people say, well, can I sear it? Yeah, you can sear it. Let me sear your arm for three seconds. What happens there? Because that's what you're doing to the meat. I mean, you know, people look at me and say, oh, God, that raw meat's so disgusting. You remember that movie, Alien, whatever it was, pardon? No, it was a TV series that came from the movie with James Caan and Alien Nation. They ate all raw meat and raw dairy, you remember? And James Caan sees them eating that raw meat. He takes his hamburger and throws his hamburger away because it disgusted me to eat the raw meat. And I said, okay, you think that's disgusting? What if I take a piece of your meat and boil the flesh? And it's smoking and crackling. What if I do that to your arm or your muscle? Is that more tasty than having something that's not burned and mutilated? And when I start giving that picture, they start going, okay, I got your point. Okay, I'm more disgusting than you are. Okay. And it is. It's more disgusting to me it's how you look at it, you know. But they're programmed to be afraid of raw texture in meats, you know. So, you know, raw is definitely the way to go if you don't want toxins. You've already got enough toxins in your environment. Everywhere you look, everywhere you see, everything that's in your home is off-gassing some toxin. Paper off-gases. Plastic off-gases over 100 degrees. Dioxins that destroy molds, highly toxic, start off-gassing. Off-gas at freezing temperatures too. So you can take a piece of plastic and use it to heat something in it, you've got dioxins in it. You freeze, you know, they say you make some popsicles for your kids, and plastic, dioxins are in it. You're going to have to make something out of glass, something out of pottery, something that's not going to outgas and that's not glazed. Design something. There may be some potters out there that can start designing stuff like this. And there are people that do it in local areas where I travel, and they start doing this and the whole community starts working together, you know, and you come to the potlucks. We have potlucks here once every 2 months. The next one is going to be on February 25th at our lovely hosts over here, place in the valley. So we're going to have a potluck there, and you get together and exchange and just start thinking of ideas how to make your lives better, and offering people. I have lots of people that have changed their lives and gone into business by helping people make their lives better. So brainstorm. Do something that you will improve everybody's life and yours, if you like, if you want that. Okay, so we've gone over enough about raw foods? No. Gone over enough about cooked foods? No. Like the toxins I was talking about, in fats, you have a lot of lipid peroxides. Lipid peroxides, very carcinogenic. So when you cook a fat, it starts transforming into lipid peroxides at about 70 degrees. It's called the labile point. The labile point is when you see it cross that line. But you don't have to see it cross the line. I don't have to be dead to know that I've been ill before I'm dead. So the alteration on fats that I've seen on the effects on the human body with patients and with other people is 96 degrees. When fat is heated over 96 degrees, that's different with butter and cream and dairy products. But when you're dealing with nut butters and you're making your own nut butters, or you're using olive oil or coconut oil, when you get over 96 degrees, that's when you start altering the molecular structure so that it will start hardening in your body, similar to a vegetable oil, vegetable fat. You do not want a fat turning crystallized and hardened in your body, because that will lead to all kinds of problems. Cracking, dryness, arteriosclerosis, heart attacks, aneurysms, you name it. So any oil that's pressed, olive oil, coconut oil, peanut oils, any of those oils, you keep those down to a minimum and keep the temperature below 96 degrees. Now those fats, those oils, fats, are very specialized fats. They are not normal and common because it takes machinery to make them. And when we have machinery involved in something, it is always altering the chemistry. So what I have observed from these pressed oils is that they are solvent reactive. Mainly 90% of the fats turn into solvents to dissolve compounds in your body. So it will cause intense cleansing. You wonder why you might get tired or lethargic and you're eating a half a cup of olive oil every day and you're getting dry skin and you're getting itching, you're getting a lot of fungus. It's because you're having something that's detoxing you too fast. And you need animal fats to balance that. So I suggest no more than 1 tablespoon of a pressed oil a day, or if you're going to have, let's say, you're doing a particular recipe, you're going to have 4 tablespoons or up to 8 tablespoons in a particular sauce. You skip that kind of oil, you skip any type of pressed oil for another 4 days before you have it again. Let your body be able to process it, because you do not want the body to use that oil to build a cell. If it does, it will crystallize in 2 to 3 years. You're in trouble. It's not going to be easy. You're going to have to get into a hot bath, 102 to 105 degrees for an hour and a half a day, 2 days a week, to melt it out of your system, to get it hot enough into your lymphatic system to get it to melt, or into the cell where it's made to get it to melt. Very strenuous, but it works very well. Had a 72-year-old man who was practically bedridden, and his whole lymphatic system was clogged, and that's what was wrong with him, just his lymphatic system. So I said, okay, I'm going to put you on this diet, and I want you to take a hot bath every hour and a half, and you do it 2 days a week, never close than 3 days apart, 2 days a week, and you do that, and let's see what happens. He'd get out of the hot bath, and he had to have his wife helps him out of the bath, takes care of him, you know. So then all of a sudden, 3 months later, He's out running. He started a new stem cell business, which is one of the only, because he's been on the diet now 6 years, 7 years. And, you know, having sex with his young wife. And, you know, he started a new business, a huge multi-million-dollar company at 72 years old. You know, it's a great thing. This guy took the hot baths, got his lymphatic system going. He's got another life. Huge life now. At 72 years old. He's supposed to be retired. Now he's got all this health and activity. 6 years raw diet, doing these lymphatic baths, keeps him clean and moving and running and alert. He only sleeps 5 hours a day, like me. Or I sleep sometimes 3.5. All this energy, all this go. So it can work for you. All right, now we're going to take another break, and then we'll go on the final lap. Remember I talked about water, not good to have too much, but you need a little water because when it rains, it's distilled water with lots of bacteria, goes into the ground, it dissolves earth so the plants can eat. Water is a solvent. It leaches, it tears apart things so that things can live off of rock and soil, hard substances to dissolve them. It causes fungus. Rust is a fungus. Many metals rust. That's a fungus that allows rock to break down so that plants can eat. Animals can eat the plants, we can eat the animals. Very simple. If we take in water, it starts dissolving and diluting our system. It starts dissolving our systems. It'll start thinning out the mucus. It'll start disassembling good nutrient structures. Let's say every time a cell eats, there's a combination of a variety, a smorgasbord of nutrients that are all bound together. Yeah, I mean, it's so microscopic. And when a cell goes to eat, it has 1 to 2 ions inside of it. And when it goes to eat, it opens up, and with these ions, it tracks the ions that are passing. Let's say it's a couple of potassium and maybe 5 calcium ions linked together with vitamin A, protein, fat, some carbohydrate, all linked there together. A good smorgasbord. Draws it in and eats.
Now, water very often fractionates those smorgasbords. Therefore, cells get much less than a full balanced diet. They become nutrient deficient. Salt does the same. Salt and water causes cellular malnutrition. Salt is more destructive.
When you eat salt, for each little bitty grain of salt, it causes clumpings, 4 to 5 at a time.
When salt clusters attach to the cellular smorgasbords, they will either fractionate it, as I stated earlier, or it will create very large clusters, clumps that cannot be absorbed into the cell.
So what happens, 4 or 5 of them clump, cell goes to eat, this magnetism is so much greater, it pounds the cell, rips the ions right out of the cell will never ever eat again. It will shrivel up like a grape to a raisin and die. Every little bitty grain of salt will destroy 1 million red blood cells. You can fit about probably 10 million red blood cells on a pinhead, but still you're destroying a lot of cells every time you eat salt. So, not a good idea to eat salt, unless, like I say in the book under remedies, if you have adrenal fatigue, You have a problem with sodium utilization. And then it's only like maybe 4 grains a week is all. Maybe 1 grain a day every other day. Very little amounts medicinally. And that's just until you get over the adrenal fatigue. That can usually be resolved in about 9 months if you're eating a good diet, like I suggest in the book. And the We Want to Live, it has all of those remedies. It has thousands of remedies for over several hundred diseases. You go through that book and you highlight every symptom you have ever had. That's what you want to have when you go through that symptom again, because if you've gone through it in the past and you weren't on raw foods, chances are 90 to 1 that you will have that symptom again in your lifetime because you did not clean properly and you did not rebuild properly. So whatever symptom you had in the past is going to revisit you. And ask any elderly person. They know it. So the next time you go through it, make sure that you cleanse properly and heal properly. And that'll happen if you eat properly. If you don't eat properly, you keep eating toxins, and then you poison your system. Your body uses the nutrients it has available to deal with that toxicity, and then your problem is not resolved. Your toxins are not removed. That part of your body remains weak and toxic and to surface with a problem again in the future. And if you have an area that you continually stop from detoxing by taking medication, you've added to that toxicity and you will probably have a disease in that area. So why take that chance? Take care of yourself. When you're going through a detoxification, realize that it's detoxification. You've had how many years of poisons every day? You are full of toxins. Expect 2 or 3 colds a year and praise them, desire them, because you will get healthier every time. I had an AIDS patient come to me about 2 years ago. She had pneumonia 3 times before she came to me, and 6 weeks before she came to me. And I told her if she doesn't get through pneumonia the next time without stopping it with antibiotics, she was likely not going to make it. She says, but I can't breathe. And I said, the only reason you can't breathe is because you're working against gravity. If you're lying down and your lungs aren't functioning fully, what is gravity going to do? It's going to push your lungs flat. You want to work with gravity? You sleep sitting up. You sleep at a slight angle, and then the gravity keeps the lungs pushed open. She got pneumonia 10 days later. She got through it in 3 days, and she never panicked but near once, one night. And she was able to get through all the night. She got through the pneumonia. She was out of bed and back to her normal life, just from going through that one terrific pneumonia. And she just had to get through it once. Different life now. She's almost normal, even though she has AIDS. So get through your detoxifications, and there are tricks in the book. You take the pain formula, in both books. There's a pain formula in the recipe book that's probably the best and a little bit more advanced because it's the latter. And it's basically the lubrication moisturizing formula or moisturizing lubrication formula with some bee pollen put in it. You're eating cheese with it. Now, I call it the moisturizing lubrication formula because it's one of the most important formulas that I have. It will allow the body, it has, let me tell you what it has in it. It has egg, it has butter or some other fat, but preferably butter, a little bit of honey, and lemon juice, so it tastes like a lemon meringue drink. You can put a slight bit of coconut in it, coconut cream in it, and it even gives it a slight different flavor. Now, the reason that formula is so important, because your body's starved for fats everywhere. Whenever you eat butter in any other form, or cream, or cheese, any of those, the organs and glands take all the fat. Very little is left for the bones, the connective tissue, and the skin. It's like being in an orphanage, you know. All the big kids and closest kids to the food get most of it, and all the little weak kids in the back don't get much. So the lubrication, the moisturizing lubrication formula, because the lemon's in it, helps it digest so fast and get the fats and the different cholesterols, because there are 60 varieties of cholesterols that are formed. A third of them lubricate and protect. A third of them help give you strength and energy. And a third of them clean your system. So you have 60 varieties that are made almost within an hour, hour and a half. That goes through the system quickly. So quickly, all of the glands and organs can't take it all. So you get some out to the outer parts of the body. Now, I call it the moisturizing formula to appeal to women, because I don't know a woman that doesn't like moisturization. And for men, it's lubrication. And that's it. So that's why I call it that. And it is it's probably the most important formula that there is for our systems in this toxic world. And if you have that with a meat meal, it's much more effective, or right after the meat meal. If you have problems digesting your meat when you eat it with the meat meal, then have it 10, 15, 20 minutes at the most after you finish your meat meal. If you're bodybuilding and you want to put on weight fast, have a large amount of meat and one whole moisturizing lubrication formula with that meat meal, and you put on weight fast. Had a 57-year-old man, you know, on the diet 2 years, real skinny, I mean, really skinny guy. Here he was, filling out, feeling pretty good, and he always wanted to be, you know, heavier his whole life. So here he was, 57, 58 years old, on the diet 2 years, and said, "Can I bodybuild on this diet?" And I said, "Sure, just eat a pound of meat twice a day with a whole lubrication formula. And just, you know, suck your eggs and drink a lot of milk and, you know, and eat more meat if you want. It's a minimum of a pound at a time." He's about 6'1". So in 2.5 months, he put 4 inches on his arms and 6 inches on his chest. So Gold's Gym, they told him he was taking hormones, steroids. He says, no, I'm just eating raw eggs and raw meat and raw butter. And they didn't believe him. It's that easy. It'll work. Well, you heard Jeff Slay's story. He put it on quick, because that's the kind of diet I put him on, because that man came out of Auschwitz. I mean, that was skinny, frighteningly skinny. And you can see the way he is now, happy and great. So if you're having a bone loss, any kind of a pain problem, tooth problem, anything like that, you need extra minerals. The only place you're going to get an intense amount of minerals quickly is from eating cheese. Now, cheese is indigestible in the human digestive tract when it's raw. The body has no enzymes to utilize it properly, and for some reason the pancreas leaves it alone. And that reason is because the body uses cheese as a sponge. It draws, the magnetism of it is so great that it draws the poisons as the blood, the neurological system, and the lymph make their way through all of the digestive system. The cheese draws those poisons out and locks onto it like a sponge. Passes it through without digestion. So it removes a lot of those toxins. Every time you get nauseous, you take a little sugar cube amount of cheese, sugar cube sized amount of cheese. Take it every 10 to 20 minutes until the nausea stops. If you have nausea, poisons are dumping into the stomach. Indians, everybody knew this, that if you got bit by a snake or any other creature, the poisons went right to the stomach. Because what does the stomach do? The stomach neutralizes with hydrochloric acid any poison. Can neutralize snake poison, any kind of poison very rapidly. Sometimes they would use milk to draw it to the stomach quicker if it wasn't moving as quickly as they wanted it to. But the whole point was to draw it into the stomach to neutralize the poison with the hydrochloric acid. So whenever you get nauseous, that's a sign that the poisons are dumping there. The hydrochloric acid is mixing with it, but your body does not want to pass it through the digestive tract. It wants to vomit it, bring it right back up. But if you eat the cheese, you don't have to throw up so much. In fact, you'll reduce vomiting by probably 70%, 75% by eating the cheese, because they can just pass through you. Now, if you need a mineral supplement, the only way you can get a concentrated amount of minerals without drinking tons of milk is to eat cheese and honey together in the mouth together. They have to be together in the mouth. Only way I found that we could digest them and get enough minerals to repair the bones and teeth and everything else rapidly. If you're in pain, you get the honey, butter, and cheese, or just honey and cheese. Nausea, cheese. Milk is one of the most valuable substances in the world, because in whatever form it is, it does something entirely different, beneficial, no matter how you separate it, unless you cook it. When milk is in its fresh form, it is less digestible, so it's always better to let it ferment. Now, the Hunzes and a lot of those people make kefir and yogurt. But when they used to make it, their grain was grains of honey. It wasn't these grains that they're producing from the rennet of a stomach or anything else. These are washed bacteria, and they are not natural once they're washed and conditioned. They don't encourage your own bacterial growth. They allow you to digest a lot more of the milk product, but they do not encourage your own own increased digestive ability. So it's better to put a little bit of honey in that if you don't like the Caucasus and Bulgarius bacteria working faster, and you don't like the bitterness too much and too sour. People usually don't mind the souring, but they don't like the bitterness. That's the Caucasus. The Bulgarius digesting the fats too quickly, faster than the Caucasus and the acidophilus. So you just put a little honey in there, and that retards the digestion of the Bulgarius bacteria a little bit. So you can get it a little sweeter. And that, if you put it in a bowl of warm water, a sink with warm water for 6 to 8 hours, usually in 24 hours you have kefir, unless your house is cold like mine and it takes longer. Then I'll put it in my hot tub, where it's 101 degrees at a cow's body temperature, 102 degrees. And then, I'll have nice kefir in, 24 hours. And that's the way you can do it. But it's always good to have pre-digested anything, meat, dairy, anything, because your systems are not that healthy. You don't have rich bacteria. We're too toxic. We've been eating all this pollution. So you don't have the proper colonies, the large colonies. So we can use all the help we can get. So if you want to get well faster, you want to get on the express lane, then ferment your food. Make it into kefir, naturally. It tells you how to do that in the recipe book. Just add 1 or 2 tablespoons of honey per quart. What I do is take the milk out of the refrigerator first, or if I get it unrefrigerated, it never goes in the refrigerator. And it goes into kefir and lasts. And then I can refrigerate it after it becomes kefir, because it's already pre-digested. If you drink cold milk, the stomach shrinks, contracts. Hydrochloric acid does not secrete. Milk moves into the duodenum undigested. Casein and lactase, milk sugar, gets into the blood undigested. Allergies, problems. You're going to be using a lot of your calcium just binding with the sharp milk sugars that aren't digested properly and the casein. So don't drink cold milk unless it's 2 ounces on a hot day. That's not going to pass out of the stomach's going to have that warmed. But if you eat, half a cup to, a cup, some of that's going to move into the duodenum undigested, probably half of it. So be careful if you're going to drink cold milk. Be very careful. and sip it. You can just keep it in your mouth until it warms if you want, but don't let it get into your stomach cold. And it will cool your mouth if you just keep it in your mouth. It will help cool your system if you're too hot. Because I'd much rather you drink milk than eat water. Water is not a good thing to eat too often. You haven't seen me eat any water. You know, I don't eat water unless I'm in Asia and can't get any milk. You know, and I can't get vegetable juice. But I take a juicer with me. Now the juicer that I take and travel with is a centrifugal because it's very lightweight. But you have to remember, when you juice with a centrifugal juicer, you're getting all that air into it, so you're oxidizing a lot of your nutrients. That's not a good thing. You want to oxidize your nutrients. You want to keep them as valuable as possible. And I'll show you in a few minutes with this juicer what we're going to do. So it's always better to have juice from a juicer where it's got a contained environment in it. Now let's go over an eating schedule. Now, the body functions in a particular way. And studying it for 32 years and observing it, feeding different animals different ways than humans and different systems, and I found out that this works for everybody. The different types just have to eat different types of red or white meat, different combinations. That you have to experiment with and explore. Now, I've given you some hints in We Want to Live. You know, if you keep color a long time and you get it easily, you're more of an acidic bloodstream person. So you should eat less red meat and more of the poultry or fish. Now, in the book, I call it white meat. Misnomer, because you can eat poultry, which would be in the white meat category, like ostrich. Ostrich is as red as liver. So it's not really red meat, but it's any poultry, fish, or seafood. Falls into the other category. Red meat is goat, beef, venison, bison, anything like that. Sheep. Pig is both. It's on both sides. Pork. If you eat pork. I do. I like it. But I only have it about every 4 to 6 months. I get a craving for it, and I'll eat it. Makes my grandmother turn over in her grave, but that's the way it goes. But I'm mainly a half and half. I'm not a high activity person, but because of the vagotomy that I had, where they severed the vagus nerve, I have to act like an athlete that eats half red and half fish and poultry. Doesn't give me quite as much energy. I mean, I could be flying off the walls if I were able to eat my, proper way. But I'm one of those low activity persons anyway. In my irises, I have no activity rings. Athletes have 7 to 11. So they have to exercise 8 to 10 hours a day. And if you have any activity lines in your rings in your eyes, that means you produce hormones for activity. And if you don't burn up those hormones every day, you will burn them in anxiety. So every day you wake up, you got 2 doors to choose from. Anxiety, activity. Which do you want to go through today? How do you want to spend your day? Anxiety or activity? It's that easy. Some people have to spend a lot of, burn a lot of hormones. People like me, this is mine, all day long on my computer. 20 hours sometimes. Talking on the phone, that's my energy. And once, every couple of weeks, I'll be up doing this for about, 6 hours, 7 hours, on a Saturday. And, I don't do anything. I carry my groceries once a week. And I've got all this muscle and it's solid everywhere. And I'm 26% body fat. Pretty good. So when you start in the morning, most people, not everybody, but most people need alkalinizing minerals. They've gone through a night of nervous system detoxification, and there's a lot of acidity in the bloodstream, over-acidity in the bloodstream. So a vegetable juice is the ideal thing to eat. Celery is very good because it's the lowest in carbohydrate. There's not enough carbohydrate in celery juice to digest celery, so it's a negative. You add a little carrot and parsley to it, which are high in some carbs, brings it right to a good balance. So you make your major proportion celery and go from there. Parsley is very important because of vitamin D, vitamin E, chlorophyll, all of that to keep the lungs functioning and the nervous system functioning rather cleanly. It also gives your body a tremendous amount of enzymes and vitamins, as well as the minerals, to help your appetite increase, to get ready for digestion. So you have a vegetable juice, depending upon your size, and if you look in the recipe book, it'll tell you about the quantities for your size. Then wait about an hour and have a meat meal. Now this is a very important meal. If you have a high carbohydrate meal, you're going to create a lot of advanced glycation end products. Also, the body, for the first 6 hours, 7 hours that it's awake, decides how it's going to make glycogen for the day. Glycogen runs the nervous system. It's the blood sugar that runs the nervous system. If you eat high carbohydrate food, glycogen will be made from the carbohydrate. If you don't, if you eat protein, the body will make that glycogen with pyruvate. Very clean. And in the human system, if we use pyruvate as the sugar to make glycogen, along with glucagon, we only have 7 to 8% byproduct, 12 at the most in some people. And we handle 12 to 15% easily. So there's no advanced glycation end product stored at all. So that first meat meal is very important to keep. If you have advanced glycation end products, it's very sticky. So it makes the neurological system very sticky. It makes the blood system sticky. So what happens, the cells stick together, the synapses try to fire and they'll misfire, go all kinds of ways. So you want to be clear, you want to be focused, you want to be alert, eat that meat meal. Don't eat high carbohydrates. Then the next meal, 2-3 hours later, you need to calm the nervous system. You've got the body generated with the protein, got the nervous system, everything going. Now you just need to make sure that all the byproducts of all of that are neutralized to keep you balanced. So a milkshake is very helpful. Eggs, milk, cream, and honey. And in the book, it gives you reference to your size and the quantities in the recipe book. Then the next should be a vegetable juice again. Now, if you experience lethargy and extreme tiredness after vegetable juice, you have a system that doesn't do well with advanced glycation end products at all. So you should only have 1 to 2 ounces of juice at a time. You can try 4 ounces of juice. If you're having 8 to 16, and that's too much, then you cut it in half. If that works, that's fine. If it doesn't work, then you cut that in half. Don't go under 2 ounces. But that should stop right there. That should be your problem. That should take care of your problem. Now, a lot of people will say, what about this, eat right for your type diet and a system of, eating the right foods. There are carbohydrate burners, there are protein burners, and there are both burners. There's no such thing as a carbohydrate burner in a human being. There isn't, because of the advanced glycation end products that build up. Just because somebody utilizes carbohydrates quickly does not mean it's healthy. And if they have trouble digesting protein, that doesn't mean that they shouldn't eat protein. They need to eat protein in a way that they will digest it, not take from it or stay away from it. Paul Cohen, he's been on a diet almost 12 years now. Paul Cohen was an Olympic tennis player who was McEnroe's coach for 10 years. This guy has been strictly on the diet for 12 years. He gets younger every year, and he's like 68, 69, something like that. And he said if he only knew this diet when he was a player and a coach, you know, McEnroe would have been a nice guy as well as, you know, a champion. And he could have gone on and on. And, you know, these people could play until their 50s probably with no problem. But they're just not on a diet to foster that kind of longevity and body agility and strength. So don't look at those diets as you should have this and you shouldn't have that. They're animals that eat the same things every day. We need to eat the same things every day. And anybody tells you that we shouldn't have the same diet, they're right to an extent. Everybody is a little different. But the basic foods and the basic principles are all the same for everybody. Maybe you need a specific type of fruit, you need a specific type of amount of honey, a specific amount of butter and cream and eggs and milk and meat and different kinds of meat. Those things you get to experiment with and find your center. And they will change too. They will change. As your body changes, it will change. Its needs will change. And you just stay in focus about what those changes are. And I've given a lot of symptoms of what to do in certain circumstances. So that's what I'm saying. You go through my books and you outline everything that you're familiar with, because those are the things that are going to revisit you in your time. And you just adjust your meats, you adjust whatever to make it work for you. So this is about noon here. If you're up at 6 o'clock in the morning, you have your second juice about noon. Now you can start eating your carbohydrates after that. Here you're 6-7 hours over your day. Your body's already made the glycogen for the day. It will be made from pyruvate, mainly from the meat in the morning and the milkshake. So after that juice, if you're diabetic or have hypoglycemia, hyperglycemia, you want to break your meat meals up into 3 meat meals a day instead of 2. Most people should have 2. But if you have hypoglycemia, hyperglycemia, or diabetes, you need 3 meat meals a day. So let's say the average person should have, let's say that's from 5 foot to 5'8", a pound a day. It goes up as you get taller, and I explain that in the book, the quantities. And you get up to 3, sometimes I eat 3 pounds a day. If I know I'm going through a healing crisis, that means I feel sleepy a lot. That means my body, 90% of the healing, cellular division, happens in the sleep state. You know, that's how cells reproduce. They just divide and become clones of each other, twins, and they just keep reproducing that way. So most of it happens in the sleep state, 90%. So when I feel sleepy, I will chow down the meat. I'm an opportunist. I'm going to take advantage. When I'm sleeping, I'm going to produce as many cells as I can. And you see here I am 60 years old and still ready to go. And I haven't slept since 10 o'clock last night. Not even tired a bit. So you'll have another meat meal if you have one of those problems. If you're not diabetic or hypoglycemic or hyperglycemic, you'll go on to your fruit meal. And after the people who are in those conditions, they go from their meat meal to their fruit meal. Now, a fruit meal is cleansing. Remember I said, if your body uses carbohydrate in the system in high amounts, it will make alcohols. Alcohols are cleansers, as well as being able to utilize fat properly in the body as energy. It will also make solvents to dissolve toxicity, to eliminate toxicity. It uses the alcohols to transform some fats into solvents. Most soaps were made from petroleum. 50 years ago, 90% of all the soaps contained coconut cream. Too expensive to have the land, to grow it, to wait for them to grow, to harvest them, to open them, all this stuff to process and doing that. So now they just make chemical garbage soaps, poison all of you. every time. Best thing to do is make your coconut cream, some that you don't eat and starts fermenting, that's what you use for your bath. Best thing to do. Then, after you eat, now a fruit meal should always have fat with it. And if you have some dental problems, you have some bone problems, always have cheese with it too. Because anytime you have a high carbohydrate, your body's going to use lots of calcium and other minerals to control those sugars, those alcohols. It's going to help neutralize a little bit because it gets over acidic. So it uses the calcium and the phosphorus that's added with, and potassium causes like a foaming soap, and that helps cleanse the body. So it all works well, but it can cause a deficiency because we're so deficient already. So you might have to eat cheese with that meal as well, but always eat a fat. Now, the most important fat for cleansing is coconut cream. Now, I can take coconut cream and put it on a metal lid, a metal canning lid, and in an hour it can turn gray. Pulls the metals up that quickly. I can use butter, I can use coconut cream, I can use olive oil, flax oil on that metal. Could take a day, 24 hours, a week before it starts pulling up the metals, dissolving the metals. But that coconut cream is rather instant. It's amazing stuff. So, coconut cream, eat that with some fruit, but always eat some animal fat with it, butter or cream. Because when you start moving a lot of toxicity like that, you need the animal fats to protect your system. I've had people who've said, oh, man, this is so good. I'm cleaning out all over. It's great. And then they do it for 6 months. You know, I mean, I had one guy that was eating, 5 ounces a day because he wanted to just clean out so much so quickly. It sure helped, but boy, at the end of that 6 months, he was crazy. I mean, he was just off the wall. He was like he got too thin, and all the fats in his body were torn up and utilized because he couldn't keep up with his need for animal fats because of all the coconut cream he was consuming. So you need to be wise about what your body can handle. I usually recommend 2 to 3 ounces maximum with that fruit meal, and at least a half a tablespoon of butter and a tablespoon of dairy cream. Now, the dairy cream protects the nervous system. Very important, protects the nervous system. No other fat can protect the nervous system like raw cream. Not butter, not any other fat. So when people are craving ice cream, they got some brain problems. And that's good. They should eat a lot of cream. Suck it. Definitely. Drink that cream. The nervous system is probably a little awry too. So they do it. So after you have your fruit meal, then the next is another vegetable juice. If you're very thirsty, go ahead and have it. If you find, though, that after this vegetable juice, you go a long time without hunger and feeling like nothing's moving, that is vegetable juice you should cut out or cut way down. Then after that is your second or third meat meal. If you're a diabetic, hypoglycemic, or hyperglycemic, it's your third meat meal. If you're not, it's your second meat meal. So if you're one of those three, you'll have half of a pound and a half of a pound. If you're diabetic, or one of the other two, you have a third of a pound, a third of a pound, and a third of a pound. Always have butter with your meat meals. The lubrication, moisturizing formula is always the best, but at least have butter with your meat meal. Cream is very difficult to digest, so be careful eating that unless you're having it with onion or something else to make it more digestible. The liver has to produce a lot of enzymes and, along with the bile, to transform cream. And it will make 2/3 of it into butter and 1/3 of it into nutrients for the nervous system. So the cream is important. But it's very difficult when you eat a lot of cream with your meat meal to digest the meat because it will coat the meat. And then you may see some nice glistening, like pearlized meat particles, come out in your feces that you haven't digested because the cream has coated it and prevented the hydrochloric acid from penetrating the meat. So be careful with the cream when you're eating a meat meal, if it affects you that way. If your liver's good and produces all the enzymes and everything comes out brown and good in your feces, then you don't have to worry about it. You can eat cream with your meat. Then after that, have another milkshake before you go to bed, or, a glass of milk or kefir yogurt. And then sometime during the night, if you don't normally get up to urinate or do something, wake yourself. Because if you go 5 hours without eating, the red blood cells become completely the blood serum becomes completely protein deficient. The red blood cells become cannibalistic and eat each other. Causes a very toxic condition. I mean, I've never met a human that was healthy enough for me to eat. So your cells having to eat themselves is not a very good appetite. It's not very good food. And it causes a lot of toxicity. People can sleep 8 to 10 hours. The red blood cells are eating themselves after 5 hours. They wake up and they have to go for caffeine, a soda pop or coffee or something to jack them up because they're too toxic. So you set your alarm. Say you want to get up 5 hours, drink, half a cup of milk, suck an egg, a raw egg, or, half a cup of meat, and go back to sleep for another 3 hours. Some people wake up 5 hours and eat, can't go back to sleep. So set their alarm for 3 hours, and then they get to sleep 5 hours. Works like that very easily. Okay, now I'm going to go over here and bring this over. So, the juicer. This is a good juicer. It's got 2 magnetic stainless steel presses in here, juicing machines. I don't like the plastic ones that are all plastic in here, because when you have plastic pushing on plastic, it outgasses dioxins. And you don't need plastic dioxins in your juice. So these are magnetic metal, and all the pressing happens, all the crushing happens in the blades, and or the gears. And they're aligned very well, and the pulp comes out the end, so you need a bowl out here for that. And then this catches the juice as it comes out here, and just put it in there. Now when you're putting parsley in, don't put the leaves in first. Put the stalk in first, and they'll just disappear on you very easily. People stuff that down there, jamming and jamming and jamming, you get stuck. Put the stalks in. 2 or 3 of them at a time, they'll just disappear on you because it'll just pull it down in. Put the leaves in there, the curly leaves, and it'll just stop up. Okay? And you notice that the blades on one side are down deeper. So when I put celery in, I just go push it. I push it down this angle right here, so it just pushes down in there easily. Zucchini, cucumber, it's very mushy. So I'll only put like a quarter of one. I'll cut it into quarters. I'll put only one of those through at a time. And then I'll put celery, and then I'll put parsley. Parsley dries it up. So I'll put a celery, then I'll put some cucumber or zucchini in there, and then, because then it gets all mushy, and then I'll put the parsley in there, stalk in, and then it just pulls it through, and it helps get the juice out of the cucumber or zucchini, and moves out drier. And you can always take the pulp and put it through a couple of times. Doesn't come out dry. Now this is the Green Power. This is the Green Star 1000, and I don't use this unless I'm putting coconut cream, unless I'm making coconut cream with it. I use the wooden one. You see how somebody's eaten a lot of plastic here, because this is usually grooved here. So you're eating a lot of plastic, I see. So I use a wooden one. Then I like to use the right jars for the right purpose. Now, These are wide mouth jars. I like to cut my meat up. And when I bring it home, it's always in plastic or something, plastic bags. If I'm going to a regular supermarket, I don't let them put it in the paper. Paper is one of the most toxic substances created. I lived on Jekyll Island, Georgia for a year and a half, and Brunswick, Georgia was a paper plant. When the wind would shift and go over, the odor was so horrific, I would get headaches and be sick for weeks. It was terrible. The rate of brain cancer in Brunswick, Georgia from that paper factory is 38%. The deformities is 64% children with deformities in Brunswick, Georgia. So not paper I stay away from, except to wipe my butt. And then I use cotton because it's woven a different way and you don't have all those chemical binders in it. So when I get my meat home, I haven't put it in a plastic bag, and then they wrap paper in that. And then when I get home, I remove it from the plastic, I'll cut it up and put it in here. Put it in wide mouth jars like this. And that's, this is 2 cups right here. 2 cups is 2/3 of a pound. It usually takes 2.5 cups to 3 cups to make a pound. So you've got nearly, a pound in here if you've got 2 cups. And then you might want another one or, different sizes. You could have the 12-ounce jelly jars and make 2 of them. There's your 2 meat meals. Because then you've got, 3 cups here. And not quite full will definitely be a pound if it's about 2.5 cups. Now, this is my vegetable juice. When I'm making vegetable juice, I put it in an empty honey gallon jar. And as I make it, let's say I'm drinking a quart a day. That's what I used to drink. Now I'm not as unhealthy, so I drink about 1 to 2 cups a day now. But when I was drinking 4 cups a day, that was 96 ounces, quart a day. So I would make 92 ounces of juice, cut the foam off the top of that. I pour it into the gallon jar as I juiced it, because you can see this doesn't hold 94 ounces, 92 ounces. So I put it in the jar that I kept in the sink, cut the foam off the top, put it in a jar like this. So I had a measure of foam about like this. I put 2 tablespoons of honey per quart. So that was 6 tablespoons of honey I would put in here with the foam. Then you have an osterizer blender. It has a black base that screws onto the big bowl, and it has a blade with a base on it, and then a washer. Now, if you blend in a blender bowl, you're sucking oxygen, air down into your whatever you're juicing, whatever you're blending. Oxidize 1/3 of your nutrients in about 1 minute, 30 seconds. Destroy about 20%. So what you want to do is get an osterizer blender. You get rid of the bowl, and then you take these like this. Here's an 8-ounce. You can get to 4-ounce, 8-ounce, 12-ounce, 16-ounce, and quart jars that have the regular mouth jar that fits on and screws on to the osterizer blender. And the washer that comes with that blender is too little. It's very thin, and it's just the size of this glass. Falls down easily, gets caught in your blades. So you go to a hardware store or a small appliance store, and you say, I need a washer for a Cuisinart. A washer for a Cuisinart. You say, what kind of model of Cuisinart you have? Oh, I don't remember. You don't tell him you have an osterizer, because it's illegal for him to sell a part for a different machine. So the Cuisinart washer is much larger. You can see it expand over even when you put the blades and the base inside and on top. You can see the rubber washer outside of the metal ring, so you know it hasn't dropped down inside. So you can always watch it. Then you take the black plastic base and you screw it on there, turn it upside down on the juicer and turn it on. Very little air space in there. You choose the right size of jar for the quantity of food that you're blending. So there's very little oxygen in it. Then you can drink right from these. Very easy. So what I do is, like I said, when I put the foam in here, put the honey in here, put the blender blades on, screw it, turn upside down, and the blending turns the foam back into a liquid. Thins the honey so that I pour it into the rest of the vegetable juice and stir it, my 96 ounces. Take all my jars, let's say I have this one the first thing in the morning and this one in the afternoon, somewhere in the evening maybe, about 5 o'clock, this one first thing in the morning. So I drink this one and this one. So I make, I have 3 of these and 3 of these. That takes care of my 3 days. They're in the refrigerator ready for me to take with me. Now these are the only things you have to keep refrigerated in your day because they spoil fast. Doesn't mean they're bad, but when they're fermented, they will cause massive detoxification of all the cooked vegetables that you've had. So you can have it, but in small amounts if it's fermented and old. But just remember, it's like, the old wheatgrass juice stuff, about, fermenting your grains and stuff like that. Sure, it helps clean your system out of old toxic stuff because it introduces the bacteria and all this fermentation that normally comes with degenerating to ecologically transform to keep things ecologically moving around. So when a food has been used in the body, it has the natural bacteria. We have the parasites that are natural in the intestines. I didn't get that tapeworm from anywhere but my own tissue. All animal tissue has parasite memory and eggs in it. I did a test once. I paid $60,000 to do this experiment. Took a room that was about 10 by 6, split it in half. We used a wall that was sterile. Both rooms were sterile. Slaughtered a sheep. Sterilized. Everything was very clean, very sterile. We sterilized it with vinegar, so everything was, even a distilled vinegar that I don't normally use. But just for the tests, we did this. Slaughtered the animal in that room in a sterile environment. Took it into the other side where we had it. We had it in a glass pedestal. Went all the way up. It got its oxygen through another trap that went into the other side where there was a corn dracaena that plant produces a lot of oxygen. 3 HEPA filters, the oxygen had to come through, so there are no parasites that could get through 3 HEPA filters. So that's the way the oxygen went to this piece of meat. Kept the meat at the sheep's body temperature, which was about 101.6. 2 days, little things started moving. 3 days, we had parasites. Nothing was exposed. No parasites were ever exposed to that animal flesh. All parasites are a natural part, and all bacteria is a natural part of animal tissue. So when they tell you you get tapeworms through your feet. Hello? What are these people thinking? They're not. They're not doing any experiments. They're hypothesizing. And they have no tests to prove any of it. Just like the raw meat theory of getting parasites from meat. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world. So that's how you do. You can make things and take them with you, put lids on them, and enjoy them.
Right up the top with no air in it?
Yeah, as far up to the top as you can. You can probably have still about a teaspoon and a half of air space in there. That causes very little deterioration. It will last for 3 to 4 days. So you only have to juice every 3 to 4 days. Isn't that terrific? Now your coconut cream, that's a job. It takes hours and hours and hours to do that. So it tells you how to do it in both of my books. One step I left out was you have to warm the meat. In Thailand and the places where they make it every day, it's at least 80 degrees. So the fat, the cream separates from the pulp easily, but in a cold house, it will not. So you have to get the house up to at least 70 some degrees, put the coconut pieces, in jars, immerse them in a hot bowl in the, a hot sink of water, not hot enough to burn your hand, but hot enough to heat it. So it takes about 10, 15 minutes to heat. Then you start juicing it, and then you'll get lots of juice. You can get about 8 to 10 ounces of juice per coconut. If you don't, you can get only an ounce if you don't heat it. So it's a very important step. Now, I don't have the time to be doing that, so I bought a bunch of equipment in Thailand and had it shipped over here, and at Rawsome Club in Venice, they juice it now. They'll heat up one of the trucks there, and they, it's heated up to like 85 degrees, and they juice it all day long. But I got the machines, also to, you can take the hull off, take the shell off of a coconut in 15 seconds. Over there, they can do it in 5 to 10 seconds easily. And, then it grates the coconut meat, and then you put it through the big juicer. And the juicer is like that, only this big, and stainless steel. So it's huge. So you can make like 5 gallons an hour. But if you don't want to go there and get their coconut cream every week, because they do juice it every week, and it will last a week easily. If it's fermented, it's still even better for you. Be more of a cleanser. Just make sure you're not eating too much if you do that. But when I didn't have these juicers and I had to juice it myself, I don't like doing it. So I got a 3x5 card, went to a high school gymnasium, and put up there, I need somebody who likes to break things, $8 an hour. I got about 50 calls. And I picked an African-American skinny end, very hyperactive. They wouldn't mind doing that all day long. So I had him juice about 10 to 15 coconuts for me once every 5 to 6 weeks. And he would juice it. He would put it in the little 8-ounce jelly jars, put about a quarter to a half a teaspoon of lime juice in it and blend it, and it would last 5 to 6 weeks easily. Now, in the book, I tell you to put more lime juice in it, but that was a typo. It should only be 1/4 to 1/3 of a teaspoon of lime juice. So I don't know how that got through me, but let me tell you, when you're doing recipes, you're looking at all those all the time. Wait, is that the proper amount? And all this stuff is 1/3 to 1/4 to 1/3 of a teaspoon only of lime juice per 7 ounces of coconut cream. Very little is needed and is necessary. Lose too much lime juice. Lime juice is an antibiotic. It's an antiseptic. Lemon juice is a fermenter. It will help you break things down. That's why they use it, to marinate fish and chicken or any kind of poultry. It helps break it down. Lime juice is just the opposite. I learned that. I did a commercial on Tahiti, and I didn't like Tahiti, so I went to Moorea, which is the island between Bora Bora and Tahiti. And, this was 1996, and I was feeling like Superman, so I'd been on the diet a long time. And I was out there snorkeling by myself, and, it was a gorgeous place to snorkel. And they always tell you to watch the tide. Well, I had no idea 6 hours had gone by, and I thought I'd been out there 3. And I look up, here's the tides coming over the coral. And I thought, oh, shit. I had 20 feet of coral to get through before the next wave crashed down. So I'm watching it and timing it, and each time the time's going by, getting lower. So I made my dash through, the area where they had the grooviest area for me to get through. But that came right down at the end when I was almost out of it and ripped my thigh all the way up from here to here. So I thought, oh, I'm Superman, it's okay. You hear all the stories about, what coral will do to you, So I went to a restaurant, and on Moorea, a restaurant there, it wasn't at a hotel. It's at a picnic table in some native's yard in a shack, and that's a restaurant. They'll just serve you, whatever they're cooking for themselves or preparing. They're the ones that taught me to eat raw poultry. They marinate in lemon or lime juice with tomato and some onion, and so that's the first time I ate a dish of raw chicken from anybody. First time I ate raw chicken was 1978, but this was actually served to me. So I was amazed, you know, that it was served like that. I didn't know anybody ate poultry raw, but they did. Anyway, the little 16-year-old native girl comes out, looks at my thigh, you know, I had shorts on, and she said, "Did you get that in a coral?" And I said, "Yeah." And she says, "You wait right there." And I said, "It sounded like my mother." So I waited there. She came out with a lime, half of a lime. She said, "Now you squeeze that on and you rub that in." I said, "It'll burn like hell, but I'll do it." You know, so I did it. 20 minutes later, all the pus was gone. Pus was just gone like that. All of it stopped. So lime juice is an antiseptic and an antibiotic. You have a cut, you clean it with lime juice, not lemon juice. You clean it with lime juice, put some honey on it, and meat over that. And nobody needs any kind of grafting as you get a terrible burn. You put honey on, you clean it with lime juice first, put honey over that and meat over that. James Stewart out here had a wreck in his truck on the 405, on the 10 freeway, flipped over because somebody cut in front of him, flipped his truck over, skidded for a quarter of a mile. He flew out of the driver's seat, out the passenger's window, took all of the skin on his arm from here down to here, took it off. Highway Patrol, the fire department, the police department were trying to get him to go to the hospital. He refused to go. So he went home, cleaned it with the lime juice, put the honey on it and the meat on it. I saw him 14 days later. Skin was completely healed and regrew over. Just a little bit of pinkness. We're talking about from here to here, down to the bone in spots. Muscle gone too. All healed in about 14 days. So nobody needs grafting. You see those people go around grafting all over, and that turns into scar tissue, and they're in pain all the time because it all stretches. It's hideous what the medical profession will do. It's hideous. It's hideous. I remember I was doing a workshop in Georgia in 1981, and I was talking about urine therapy, how it's good as an antiseptic, and how you can use it for different things. And a retired policeman from Miami Police Department stood up and he said, "Can I say something about that?" And I said, "Sure." He said, "When we ever found somebody who was shot or in an accident and bleeding, we were told to pee in a cup and pour it on there, and it would stop the bleeding in a minute or two." Wow. 1928, they stopped them. And they said they watched hundreds of people bleed to death because they couldn't pour the urine on them anymore. Because the medical profession said it was uncleanly. Hundreds of people, we said, we watched die just from that. So don't be afraid of the body. Don't think those things about you are dirty. The only thing that's dirty is medicines that are going into you and all the other pollution from contamination of food and the air and everything else. So don't be afraid of yourself. Don't be afraid of your body and your secretions, unless you're drinking poison. Then be careful.